Chapter 583. In an instant, the cultivators outside were completely wiped out by the outsiders. Only a few extremely powerful Tao Lord Patriarchs managed to escape with the help of the people in the restriction circle. At this time, there were less than 2,500 people left in the restriction circle. The rest had all died in battle. Most of the 2,500 people were Heavenly Lords and Tao Lord Patriarch. Only a few were at the perfected Lord level. As for the perfected human level cultivators, not a single one was left. Lei Xingfeng looked at the distant mountains and saw that the outsiders were still pouring out. He said, "There's actually a large group of outsiders coming out. How many are they coming this time?" A Tao Lord Patriarch said, "No less than 200,000. We estimate that there are more than 300,000. There are still many in the mountains who haven't come out." 200,000? 300,000? Lei Xingfeng said in disbelief, "Don't joke. How many people do we have? We only have 20,000, and they're coming with 200,000 to 300,000? Are they out of their minds?" The Tao Lord said indifferently, "We destroyed their homes and destroyed their foundation. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more people." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. "What's there to play? Even if we have the restriction killing array, we can't stop so many people." The Tao Lord Patriarch laughed. 2 days should be enough. By the way, did you set up this restriction killing array? Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes. In order to save my life, I had to set it up first. Otherwise, I would already be dead." Lei Xingfeng was still staring into the distance at the densely packed outsiders. The Tao Lord Patriarch said, "I couldn't tell that you're a restriction master. Haha, little guy, not bad." Lei Xingfeng found that the Tao Lord Patriarch's tone was not right. He sounded very appreciative. He thought to himself, "Who is this guy? How strange." The nearby Titus said, "Afong, this is the captain of the supervisory squad, Azega. He's a supreme Tao Lord." No wonder he didn't say anything. He really was a big shot. Lei Xingfeng hurriedly turned around and saw a middle-aged man smiling at him. This man had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and long black hair. At first glance, he had an extraordinary aura. However, this man had a pair of eye-catching protruding ears that instantly ruined his image. His originally dignified aura suddenly seemed comical. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to mock him. This guy was a peak Tao Lord Patriarch. He could probably crush him to death with just a finger. Lei Xingfeng said, "Greetings, Captain Azega." Azega waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. Since we're all together, let's fight for our lives together." He wouldn't give the order to retreat now. It wasn't easy for him to find a chance to delay the outsiders, so how could he give it up? Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and said, 2 days. Can we retreat after 2 days? Azega smiled and said, "This time, I promise." The surrounding cultivators immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With the protection of the killing formation, they thought that 2 days would be easy to pass. Lei Xingfeng looked at the outsiders in the distance and smiled bitterly. 2 days. I was confident before, but now I can't say for sure. Azega asked why. Lei Xingfeng said, "Restrictions need energy. Once they run out of energy, the restrictions will be useless. This is especially true for killing formations. Not only do they consume energy, but they also consume restriction components. If they aren't used at a high intensity, 2 years won't be a problem, let alone 2 days. Now, it's hard to say. It depends on the strength of the outsiders." The outsiders stopped attacking for a moment. They seemed to be discussing how to attack. The cultivators here seized the time to heal and rest. This was a rare opportunity. As long as cultivators had a chance to rest, they could recover their strength very quickly. Moreover, this place was very suitable for cultivation. Every cultivator knew that the killing formation wouldn't last long. The outsiders wouldn't give up until they were all killed. A large number of outsiders rushed over and surrounded the killing formation layer by layer. Soon, the outsiders attacked again. This time, there were only a few hundred of them, and they only charged in one direction. They roared and rushed into the killing formation. Lei Xingfeng didn't activate the killing formation. If he activated it for a few hundred people, then it wouldn't last long. Azega clearly understood. He said, Afeng, don't be in a hurry to activate it. We have enough people to resist. The entire battle entered a state of attrition. The outsiders weren't stupid. They sent a few hundred people into the formation to kill, and the cultivators took turns to resist. After half a day, the outsiders stopped the battle again. They quickly understood that they couldn't gain any advantage. Moreover, the cultivators were much stronger. Every time a few hundred people went in, only a few of them could return alive. Of course, they couldn't hold on. Finally, the outsiders couldn't wait any longer. It was obvious that the outsiders were in a commotion. Probably because their hometown was destroyed and their loved ones were killed, most of them were in a half-crazy state. Even though they knew it was dangerous, they weren't willing to let the cultivators live for a moment longer. Soon, groups of outsiders prepared to attack. This time, there were about 1,000 of them, and they were still attacking in one direction. No matter what, they didn't want the outsiders to activate the killing formation. If there were fewer people, the outsiders would use up energy every time they activated the formation. What the outsiders wanted to do was to exhaust the cultivators in the killing formation. If they activated the killing formation, then they would exhaust the energy of the killing formation. They roared and rushed in, and another round of battle began. The cultivators standing in the restriction circle were all Heaven Monarch and Tao Lord expert. They killed many outsiders in a short period of time. Lei Xingfeng stood beside Azega. As for Wu Yang and Ba, they went to the front to fight. Gradually, more and more outsiders entered the killing formation. It wasn't that their commanders didn't understand, but that their commanders couldn't control their subordinate. They couldn't wait to see their subordinates rushing in. When the outsiders couldn't help but rush in from all directions, Lei Xingfeng immediately activated the killing formation. After a full 5 minutes, all the outsiders in the killing formation were killed. The moment the killing formation was stopped, the outsiders didn't hesitate to fill up the restriction circle again. Lei Xingfeng was speechless. He had no choice but to activate the killing formation again and again. The big thunder crystals in the core of the restriction circle were being used up quickly. It was already late at night, but the attacks of the outsiders did not slow down at all. They continued to attack the restriction circle one after another. Every cultivator was exhausted. The only time they could rest was when the restriction killing formation was fully activated. Only then would they have time to take a breather and drink the healing medicine. When the sky turned bright, Lei Xingfeng found Wu Yang and the others. He said, "The big thunder crystals are almost used up. Even if I use them sparingly, they are useless." Ning Eba said, "Can we use more thunder crystals?" Xianfeng shook his head. This time it was designed to be a one-time use. After using up all the big thunder crystals, such a powerful lightning kill, the restriction components will also be destroyed. Therefore, we don't have much time left. We only have 2 more chances to activate the killing formation. Ning Eba was dumbfounded. Activating the killing formation twice was useless. As long as the time passed, they would have nothing to rely on. Azega's expression changed slightly. He said, "Only 2 chances? That's troublesome. Unless it's a last resort, don't activate it. We will fight for now." Lei Xingfeng said, "Wait a minute, Master Azega. I still have another killing formation. It's less than 1,000 meters away from here. It's right behind us." Azega was stunned. He said in disbelief, "There's another killing formation?" Xianfeng said embarrassedly, "That's right, back then I felt that it wasn't safe enough so I set up 2, but this one is a bit stronger while the one behind is a bit weaker, its power is also weaker." Azega nodded and said, "Let me arrange it." Lei Xingfeng had an idea. He said, "Master Azega, I need to protect 3 people. If we move, I want you to bring them with you. Azega praised in his heart. This person was definitely smart. He said, Who are they? Lei Xingfeng said, Wu Yang, Dalai Ba, Ning Eaba. They are my companions. Other than Ning Eaba, Azega knew everyone. Ning Eaba was beside him. He looked at Lei Xingfeng gratefully and said, I am Ning Eaba. Azega said, Okay, I got it. Wait for my news. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Okay, I will listen to your orders. The deal was made. It was not easy to retreat from here to the killing formation behind. If there was no one to protect him, he really didn't have the confidence to rush over. There were too many outsiders. If he was trapped, he wouldn't be able to escape. He wouldn't even have time to enter the mirror world, let alone open the secret door. Azega still had nearly 400 subordinates remaining, all of whom were Downlord Patriarchs. He had lost nearly 200 of his subordinates as well. According to Azega's plan, only the Downlord Patriarchs had the ability to break out of the encirclement. The others could give up. Of course, Azega would not say that. He had dozens of Downlord Patriarchs protecting him and 3 or 4 others. He did not feel any pressure at all. The attacks of the outsiders were still as crazy as ever. They simply weren't affected by the heavy casualties. They were like a group of people who didn't know what death was. Groups after groups of people rushed into the killing array. In just a single day, tens of thousands of people had been killed by the killing array. As for the big thunder crystals that were the most critical to the operation of the killing array, they had nearly been consumed. There was only one big thunder crystal left, and it was about to be used up. Azega quickly found Wu Yang and Dalai Ba. Lei Xingfeng whispered, Don't talk. Wait for us to break through. Wu Yang understood and said, Move to the second killing formation? Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, We have to rely on the strength of the supervising team. Otherwise, we will not be able to pass. Dalai Ba looked at Lei Xingfeng gratefully. He knew that Lei Xingfeng had help. The final attack was about to arrive. Chapter 584. There was only one last chance left to activate the killing formation. Once it was activated, the entire formation would completely collapse and would no longer be able to function. The cultivators would be completely exposed to the outsiders. At that time, there would only be a mere 2,000 people left. There was no doubt that they would be overwhelmed by the outsiders' army. No matter how strong they were at that time, they would not be able to escape. Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, Dalieba, and Ning Eaba were all standing beside Azega. They listened to Azega's orders. When the formation collapses, listen to my command. I need everyone to attack together and open up a path. Remember, there aren't many chances. Attack with all your might. Everyone nodded and prepared themselves. If they wanted to escape, they would have to work hard. At this time, everyone knew that at this critical moment, everyone had to do their best. The outsiders were also trying their best to use their lives to wear down the formation. They also knew that the formation could not be activated continuously. At a certain point, the formation would definitely collapse. This was especially so for a formation that had been hastily set up. Otherwise, they would not have been using their lives to wear down the formation. However, the outsiders did not know that the formation was about to collapse. They were still sending wave after wave of attacks. If they knew that the formation was about to collapse, they would definitely launch an all-out attack. Just this point alone put the outsiders at a disadvantage. Therefore, after activating the formation for the last time and eliminating the outsiders who had entered, the entire killing formation collapsed. Scattered lightning even shot out from the formation and killed the surrounding outsiders. Even Lei Xingfeng was shocked when he saw the final explosion of the killing formation. Just as the forbidden killing formation was about to collapse and the lightning bolts were about to strike, Azeka shouted, Attack! Hundreds of Dao Lord Patriarchs attacked at the same time. In an instant they formed a large-scale attack. Just as they attacked, Azega roared, Charge! The team within the formation charged out crazily. Everyone's body flashed with a defensive light and they were extremely fast. With a loud bang, they crashed into the outsiders. Azega was a supreme Downlord Patriarch, and his power was nothing to scoff at. As the arrowhead of the charge, his role was to open up a path for the enemy. Once he focused his firepower on them, the outsiders wouldn't be able to react at all. Any outsider caught in the path of his firepower would be blasted to smithereens. Naturally, a path would appear, but this path would be made from flesh and blood. Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, Dalieba, and Ning Yeba followed closely behind Azega. The remaining cultivators followed closely behind them. Everyone knew that as long as they reached the second formation, they could live for at least one more day. This flood of Dao Lord Patriarchs was simply too powerful. Caught off guard, the outsiders were forced to open a path. In just a few breaths of time, the outsiders reacted and attacked like crazy. Knowing that the other party was trying to break out of the encirclement, a large number of outsiders swarmed over. Lei Xingfeng was behind Azega. He shouted, "Attack from the left!" Azega struck out with his palm and his body shot out. His palm was only as tall as two people. When he pushed it out horizontally, the outsiders blocking the path were sent flying. A distance of 1,000 meters, with Azega's full-strength attacks and mad sprinting, it only took a dozen seconds to cover. However, this place was still filled with outsiders. Xianfeng shouted, "It's here! Clear the area!" In the blink of an eye, the Downlord Patriarchs quickly formed into a small circle, then began to attack outwards. When the Downlord Patriarchs unleashed their full power, there was no way for the outsiders to resist at all. As more and more Downlord Patriarchs entered the fray, they grew increasingly powerful, causing the defense of the entire circle to grow increasingly solid. Under the protection of Wu Yang, Dalieba, and the others, Lei Xingfeng quickly found the core of the formation. He said, "Have our people come in? How many are there? Get them to speed up." If the cultivators behind could not catch up and Lei Xingfeng activated the killing formation, they would all be finished. At this time, every combat power was very important. They had to save as many as they could. Azega turned back and started to rescue the people behind. Some of the cultivators at the back knew that they could not break through. In despair, someone shouted, "Let's fly together." About 100 cultivators flew up together and crazily charged forward. These people were immediately attacked by the outsiders. If they ran, they wouldn't be able to increase their speed due to the outsiders blocking them. But this was such a short distance. If they flew, it would only take them a few breaths of time. Even if they were attacked by the outsiders, most of them managed to escape and enter the restrictions. Seeing that everyone who could escape had entered the restriction circle, and those who could not escape had no hope of catching up, these scattered cultivators could not be rescued. Lei Xingfeng did not hesitate to activate the killing formation. When the sound of thunder suddenly appeared, a dazzling brilliance flashed. Streaks of lightning fell like raindrops. The foreign clansmen were suddenly in a panic. It should be known that there were more foreign clansmen surrounding the cultivators than before. They were densely packed with human heads and raised tails. The light on their armor had also reached a terrifying number. The most frightening thing was that they were all tightly surrounding the cultivators in order to block the crazy attacks of the cultivators. This kind of formation could maximize the lethality of the lightning attacks to the greatest extent. Some of the cultivators were also within the range of the lightning. However, they only needed to take a few steps back to get out. It was difficult for the outsiders. If they retreated, they would be surrounded by their companions. If they advanced, they would be surrounded by the cultivators. Therefore, they could only accept the baptism of the lightning. In an instant, a large number of the low-level outsiders were killed by the lightning. Those who were left were relatively strong. However, as the lightning continued to fall, the crowd of outsiders began to thin out. Only Heaven Monarchs and Dao Monarchs were left. Lei Xingfeng was ruthless this time. He wanted to teach the outsiders a painful lesson. Therefore, he directly paid the price of a big thunder crystal to maximize the effectiveness of the lightning kill formation. Even Azega had never seen such a perverted lightning-killing restriction formation. After all, his cultivation base was extremely high, so he could clearly see the foreign tribesmen in the restriction formation. Seeing the foreign tribesmen being turned into ashes by the lightning, he was extremely shocked. This thing was quite perverted. Out of more than 2,000 people, only about 1,600 managed to reach the killing array. The rest were either killed or trapped among the outsiders. In just a few minutes they were all dead. There was only one outcome for those who were left alone, and that was death. Ningyi Aba looked outside with lingering fear. This time, if not for Lei Xingfeng's help, he was sure that he would not be able to keep up with the group. He would definitely die on the way. This attack had completely stunned the outsiders. They had never thought that there would be a killing formation. Moreover, this attack had caused them to suffer heavy casualties. Not to mention the people who had been killed along the way, just the killing formation alone had killed at least 5,000 people. As for the injured outsiders, there were even more. When the lightning stopped, the billowing smoke gradually dissipated. Large patches of charred corpses were left behind on the ground. Those were the corpses left behind by the last of the outsiders. As the lightning did not have time to turn them into ashes, it completely stopped. Under the full power of the big thunder crystal, it was used up in 2 minutes. The result was that more than 5,000 people were killed. The outsiders were frightened and began to retreat. Lei Xingfeng said, "What a pity! What a pity!" Azega smiled. This result was out of his expectations. He did not expect the formation to be so powerful. He asked, "What's a pity?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It's a pity that we have too few people. If we had more people, we could use the momentum to kill our way out. Although we would not be able to make them retreat, we would definitely cause great damage to them." Azega said, "It is indeed a pity. However, it is already very good for us to have achieved this result." Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know how long we can last. If the formation collapses this time, we will have no one to rely on." Azega smiled and said, "Don't worry. We will be free soon." When the surrounding people heard Azega's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. The real commander here was actually him. Moreover, all the communication with the Ming-Zhe alliance was also done by him. No one was more informed than him. As the news gradually spread, the morale of the remaining cultivators increased to a certain extent. Being able to return alive was their greatest wish. The Outlanders stopped attacking, but they didn't retreat. They just surrounded them from a distance. Even if the Outlanders had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't bear the losses. From the beginning of the battle until now, the Outlanders had suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, they still had reinforcement. More and more Outlanders were coming out of the mountain pass. In addition to the dead Outlanders, there were still more than 300,000 Outlanders. They were densely packed with Outlanders. Everyone was at peace with each other. This situation gave everyone some time to catch their breath. They all understood that with the heavy casualties of the outsiders, their desire for revenge must be extremely strong. This was only the calm before the battle. The next attack would not be so easy. It would definitely be an endless barrage of attacks until they were defeated and killed. What the outsiders didn't know was that after 2 days, these cultivators could open the secret door and leave. With the protection of the forbidden killing array, the outsiders couldn't interfere with the opening of the secret door. The reason why they were still here was mainly because of the orders of the Ming-Zhe alliance, not because they couldn't leave. There was still half a day left. Lei Xingfeng checked the formation and replaced a few of its components before sitting down to rest. Wu Yang asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Lei Xingfeng said in a low voice, "Yes, it has attracted the attention of the Ming-Zhe alliance. I believe that they will come to recruit us soon." Wu Yang patted Lei Xingfeng's shoulder and said, "Very good. Once you join, we have to keep in touch." Chapter 585. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, I managed to escape this time. Patriarch, once I join the Ming-Zhe alliance, you have to think of a way to leave. This place is simply too dangerous. Wu Yang didn't express his opinion and said, let's wait and see. I will not leave unless I have no other choice. Lei Xingfeng knew that Wu Yang still wanted to find out more about the situation. This would be very beneficial to the development of the secret sect. Azega had already reported Lei Xingfeng's situation to the Ming-Zhe alliance. He was a lightning-type heaven monarch and had the talent to design restrictions. Furthermore, he used the restriction-killing array to kill a large number of outsiders. All these contributions were reported. The Ming-Zhe alliance might not pay much attention to cultivators with the strength of Dao monarchs, but it was completely different for a restriction master or alchemist. They had plenty of high-end combat strength, but restriction masters and alchemists were rather rare. Every one of them was very precious. The restriction ability that Lei Xingfeng displayed was something that the Ming-Zhe alliance wanted to obtain. Hence, Azega received the order to protect Lei Xingfeng and escort him to the Ming-Zhe alliance after the battle. Azega came to Lei Xingfeng's side, sat down and said, Feng, are you interested in going to the Ming-Zhe alliance's restriction main hall? You can learn a lot of knowledge about restrictions there. Lei Xingfeng didn't even consider as he nodded and said, Yes, I am interested. Azega smiled slightly. He had never doubted that as long as the Ming-Zhe alliance recruited any sex cultivators, they would all agree. This was a difference between heaven and earth. He said, Very good. During the battle, you have to follow me closely. His meaning was very clear, protect at all times. Lei Xingfeng knew that he could finally sneak into the Ming-Zhe alliance. Furthermore, he should be considered to have escaped from this strange war. He actually wasn't very interested in invading the great continent. This wasn't his war. Of course, this didn't stop him from reaping the benefits. Wu Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. He was more interested in the Ming-Zhe alliance than Lei Xingfeng. It could be said that the Ming-Zhe alliance was a colossus in the outer domain. Although he didn't know the status of the Ming-Zhe alliance, he knew that his secret sect couldn't be compared to the Ming-Zhe alliance. The difference between the two was too great. His mission was to borrow the strength of the Ming-Zhe alliance to develop his secret sect. Now that he could enter the Ming-Zhe alliance, it would be a huge victory. Huge victory. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, All right. However, Lord Azega, our mission still has half a day. If the outsiders keep attacking, this killing formation won't last long. This killing formation wasn't as simple as the one before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used all his strength to activate it. If it wasn't for his activation, it wouldn't have been able to kill so many outsiders. Azega stood up and said, It's about time. Lei Xingfeng also stood up and asked curiously, What do you mean it's about time? Azega pointed at the path they came from and said, Our people are here. Many cultivators heard this and stood up. There were even some cultivators who flew up a few meters to watch. A black line appeared. Lei Xingfeng's eyesight was extremely good. He could clearly see the dense crowd. This time, it wasn't outsiders but a large number of cultivators. Azega said, Our mission to lure the enemy has been completed ahead of time. The outsiders were in chaos. There were cultivators on all three sides. It was unknown how many of them there were. They were like ants rushing towards the mountain. The scale was much larger than when the outsiders came out of the mountain. Lei Xingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air and said, How many people are there? Azega lightly said, Altogether, it's no less than 1,000,000 soldiers. Suddenly, the mountain area was in chaos. Countless outsiders came out of the mountain forest. Following that, large amounts of smoke and dust rose. Lei Xingfeng knew that this was the smoke and dust from the attacks. Faint sounds of thunder could be heard. Lei Xingfeng knew that it wasn't thunder but the sound of explosions. These explosions gradually merged together and rumbled. Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood. He said, These outsiders are surrounded? Azega said, Yes, we've been waiting for this moment. I didn't expect the outsiders to be so easily provoked. Haha, this time, at least a portion of their forces will be lost. Lei Xingfeng said, We've completed our mission. Can we leave now? Azaga laughed and said, Yes, we can leave now. But before we leave, we still have a mission to complete. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He said, There's a mission? Azaga said, Of course, there's one more mission. The last mission will be launched when the army attacks. Lei Xingfeng's heart turned cold. He said, Are we working together? We have too few people. Azaga said, There's no need for us to go. There's another team. Lei Xingfeng looked around and said, Where? Azaga did not answer. Instead, he called for his subordinates to quickly take out a large amount of materials. Lei Xingfeng immediately understood. They were going to build a large secret door and mobilize the troop. He hurriedly said, Pay attention to the defense. How could the outsiders allow them to build the secret door? This was simply asking for their lives. Once the enemy attacked, the people inside would come out and attack from the inside. No matter how crazy they were or how good they were at fighting, they would still be finished. At first, the outsiders did not understand. Their attention was focused on the outside. But when the framework of the secret door was built, the outsiders all went crazy. Attacking at all costs was their only choice. All the cultivators, except for those who were building the secret door, stood at the inner circle of the restriction. Everyone knew that if they could not stop the enemy, they would all die. Seeing that they were about to escape, if they died now, it would be too sullen. They began to fight for their lives. Azaga said, A phone, we just need to drag it out for an hour. No matter what, we have to hold on. Lei Xingfeng cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to step forward. This was not the time to be humble. The battle quickly reached its climax. Thousands of people were charging at once, and there was an endless stream of them. Lei Xingfeng had no choice but to use his killing formations. Even so, there were still some high-ranking outsiders who managed to charge in. They were all Daolord Patriarchs, while the others were all slain within his formations. At the same time, the army of cultivators also clashed with the army of outsiders. It was as if countless heavenly thunders were rolling down. Shouts, explosions, all kinds of flashes of light, and thick smoke rose up. No one knew how many people had fallen. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Lei Xingfeng did not care about anything else. He had to control the operation of the restriction and kill batch after batch of outsiders who entered the restriction. At this time, Lei Xingfeng did not have time to regret. He should have spent more materials to set up a restriction-killing array that could last longer. He did not know how long this restriction-killing array could last. The outsiders were like crazy. This time they did not care about the casualties. This made Lei Xingfeng not dare to stop the operation of the restriction-killing array. In just a short 20 minutes, half of the thunder crystals in the formation core had been consumed. And the worst part was that they couldn't replenish it. This was because this was a one-time use killing array. If they tried to forcibly replenish it, it might cause the killing array to collapse. If the killing array collapsed at this time, then they would all be finished. There was no one here who could resist so many outsiders. Wu Yang was also in the inner circle of the restriction, standing there and fighting with all his might. Dalai Ba was the same. No one dared to slack off, and no one dared to hold back their strength. They were all doing their best to kill the outsiders that rushed in. Azika would occasionally pounce forward and kill a few powerful outsiders. He stood in the center of the restriction-killing array, supporting the surroundings at any time. If there was any instability, he would attack. The secret door was being set up. A few Tao Lord ancestors were setting it up as fast as they could. They were all components that had been refined long ago. As long as they set it up quickly, once it was activated, there would be endless reinforcements. Then they would win. Both sides were fighting for time. The battle was getting more and more intense. Everyone was going all out. Lei Xingfeng was so nervous that his forehead was covered in sweat. At this time, he could only pray that the restriction-killing array he set up was strong enough. Azeka took some time to say, "Don't be so fast. Our people can still hold on. We have to use it at the crucial moment." Lei Xingfeng heard this and could not help but scold himself for panicking. He agreed and immediately stopped the restriction-killing array. Immediately, the pressure on everyone increased. After holding on for a few minutes, Azeka yelled, "Start the killing array." Several places had been breached. Even with Azeka's support, they still could not hold on. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng immediately activated the killing array. Immediately, lightning bolts rained down and instantly wiped out a large number of outsiders. Lei Xingfeng used less than 30 seconds to activate and deactivate the killing array. Although he could not kill all the outsiders in the killing array, he killed at least half of them. This way, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. Lei Xingfeng also relaxed a little. Just this short period of time felt extremely long to him. Lei Xingfeng's eyes were sharp and his brain was extremely nimble. Every time he activated the killing array, it was at the crucial moment. This made Azeka very satisfied. The other Dao Lord Patriarchs were also full of praise. Every time they reached a critical moment, countless lightning bolts would fall from the killing array. Even if it was only for a few dozen seconds, it was enough for the Dao Lord Patriarchs to catch their breath and drink an antidote or healing medicine. This extremely short period of time was the time to save their lives. Everyone was exhausted. Even if Lei Xingfeng did not make a move, he still felt his body go soft. If they were to be so focused for a long time, they would definitely go crazy. As Lei Xingfeng did not use the killing array sparingly, he knew that he could still hold on for a while. This way, during the most dangerous moment, the killing array could still be used. He kept his eyes on the construction of the secret door. After half an hour, the Dao Lord Patriarchs had completed the construction of the secret door and were about to activate it. The halo dispersed. This was like an order. Therefore, the outsiders went completely berserk. They knew very well that once the cultivators came out of the secret door, they would be completely defeated. Azeka yelled, "The final moment! A phone! Activate it at full power, no matter the cost!" Hearing this, Lei Xingfeng immediately activated the killing array to the maximum. The lightning bolts were like dense arrows that instantly lit up the entire ground. Chapter 586. Even if the forbidden killing formation was fully activated, the outsiders still rushed into the forbidden killing formation without a care. Even if there was violent lightning in front of them, they still rushed in madly. Even if they were immediately turned into ashes by the lightning, they still rushed in. This time, the number of casualties was increasing. At the same time, Lei Xingfeng also felt that things were not good. This was because, under the full activation of the array, the large lightning crystals were being consumed rapidly. He kept turning back to look at the secret door. At this time, the secret door began to emit a faint light. Following that, a group of people walked out of the secret door. Azeka was overjoyed. He went forward to welcome the cultivator in the lead. This person had a threatening aura. Just by standing there, he made Lei Xingfeng feel suffocated. He immediately understood that this was an emperor-level expert. This person was definitely powerful. That person said, "Azeka, how is it? You've worked hard this time." Azeka said, "Lord Baida, please bring people. Help to hold them back. Everyone is about to die." More and more people rushed out, quickly replacing the previous cultivators. However, they did not move. This was because in front of them was a world of lightning. Baida said in surprise, "Who set up this restriction? It's very powerful. Oh, it's not bad. No wonder you could hold on for so long. It should be because of this restriction." Azeka laughed. "It's an unexpected surprise. There's a young fellow who is actually proficient in restrictions. The most valuable thing is that he had predicted the outcome and secretly set it up." I took the opportunity to use it. Haha, the outcome is like this. Originally, I thought that the supervising team would be wiped out. I didn't expect that with this restriction, at least half of my people would survive. Haha. Baida said, good, very good. This time, we will let the vertical tail men die. This was the first time Lei Xingfeng heard the name of the outsiders. They were called vertical tail men. He no longer cared about the restriction. After all, once it was fully activated, it would not stop until the large lightning crystals were used up. Therefore, his attention was focused on Baida. This fellow gave people the feeling that he was an extremely powerful expert. Very quickly, more than 2,000 people were sent out of the secret door. All of them were Dao monarch old ancestors. This kind of strength made Wu Yang and Xianfeng's jaws drop. This vanguard group was abnormal. Everyone knew how powerful Dao monarch old ancestors were. For a small sect to have a Dao monarch old ancestor was already an incredible matter. But here, more than 2,000 of them came out casually. From this, one could see how strong the Mingzhe alliance was. Lei Xingfeng suddenly shouted, the restriction is about to stop. The entire killing formation is about to collapse. Everyone, pay attention to the enemy. This time, the final explosion of the restriction lasted for a long time and was extremely powerful. It lasted for 3 minutes and still didn't end. Baida was secretly shocked. He had seen many restriction masters, but he had never seen a restriction master who could set up such a perverted restriction-killing formation. Soon, the restriction circle was full of people. People were squeezing and squeezing. It was a very small place, but it was packed with people. Azika asked, Afeng, how long will it be until it ends? There are too many people. Lei Xingfeng said, it will end at any time. Even I didn't expect it to be so long. As soon as Zhang Xian said those words, the seal abruptly came to a halt. In an instant, everyone's ears suddenly fell silent, as if all of the sounds in the world had disappeared. Once one got used to the rumbling of lightning, it would cause such a bizarre situation to occur. Baida said, kill! Attack! Attack! The new cultivators immediately attacked in all directions. The sharpness of their attacks was unimaginable. In an instant, the outsiders who were still in the restriction circle were killed. Even the Dao Lord Patriarchs of the outsiders were no exception. The people in the restriction circle seemed to have exploded. They rushed in all directions, but cultivators were still coming out of the secret door. Lei Xingfeng sat down. Although he didn't participate in the battle, he was more tired than if he had. Wu Yang and the others also sat on the ground. This battle made everyone feel like they had escaped from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Not only was it terrifying, but it was also very exciting. They were walking on a tightrope in the restriction circle. If they were careless, they would be doomed eternally. Azika's back was still straight. This kind of battle didn't affect him much. He had participated in countless battles and was already used to life and death. Baida commanded the newly arrived squads to launch repeated attacks against the outsiders. The assault squads formed by the Daolord Patriarchs sliced and diced apart the outsiders, and as more and more of them arrived, Baida was able to wipe out all of the nearby outsiders. The completion of the 3 major secret gates gave Baida even more manpower to slaughter the outsiders. Lei Xingfeng didn't even want to look. He lowered his head and slowly calmed himself down. No one wanted to speak. Everyone who stood guard was lying or sitting on the ground. Their eyes were listless. This battle had been full of twists and turns. Everyone was secretly glad that they had survived. No one came to manage them for now. Lei Xingfeng took out a piece of cooked meat and slowly tore it. At this moment, he felt extremely hungry. Wu Yang said, "Give me a piece." Lei Xingfeng gave him a piece. Wu Yang took a bite and couldn't help but look at Lei Xingfeng in surprise. This was a piece of astral beast meat. It was the best food to replenish one's strength and spirit. Dalieba also walked over and sat beside Lei Xingfeng. He said weakly, "Give me a piece too. I'm starving." Lei Xingfeng also gave him a piece. Dalieba took a bite and was also shocked. He was just about to speak when Lei Xingfeng put his finger to his mouth and said, "Eat, eat. Rest first." Dalieba knew what this was. He had eaten a bit of astral beast meat by chance and knew that this thing was definitely good for recovery. He ate the astral beast meat in his hand and then took out his dry rations. The astral beast meat's effect was comparable to medicine. It wasn't so extravagant as to use it to fill one's stomach. Of course, Lei Xingfeng had done this before. He used astral beast meat to make delicious food and ate it like normal food. He wasted a lot of astral beast meat. Azaga was beside the 4 secret doors. He was responsible for the safety of these 4 doors. As the cultivators poured out of the doors, this place became safer. The cultivators on the outside pressed in, while the cultivators on the inside attacked outward. The entire outer race army was shaken. They started to break out of the encirclement towards the mountains. The entire battlefield was in chaos. However, this had nothing to do with Lei Xingfeng and the others. After the secret doors opened, their mission was considered complete. When Lei Xingfeng and the others returned to the main camp through the secret doors, the outer race army had completely retreated. This time, the outer race army had suffered heavy casualties. Actually, the same went for the cultivators. However, the Ming-Zhe alliance controlled a lot of continents and had a lot of manpower. Not only were they strong, but they also had more people than the outer race army. It was only natural that they would win. Lei Xingfeng returned to the main camp. Everyone had a 3-day break. They all found a place to sleep. They slept for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Lei Xingfeng woke up. The houses in the main camp were all wooden houses. They were very simple and crude. The rooms were very small and could only fit a few people. There was nothing else in the room. He could even smell the smell of wood. After sitting in the room for a while, Lei Xingfeng went to Wu Yang's room next door. Wu Yang had already woken up. He even secretly went back to the mirror realm. When he saw Lei Xingfeng come in, he smiled and said, "Afeng, have you slept enough?" Lei Xingfeng wiped his face and rubbed it hard. He said, "Yes, I slept enough. This time I'm tired." Wu Yang smiled and said, "You also gained a lot." I went back and also went to the mines. They have already dug under another mine." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile and said, "This time, we are rich." Wu Yang said, "I think someone will invite you to join the Ming-Zhe alliance soon. In the future, we will have to do things separately. Fortunately, with the Mirror Realm, we can contact each other at any time. What do you plan to do?" Xianfeng remained silent for a while before speaking. "No matter what, we should keep a low profile and not attract the attention of others, especially the Ming-Zhe alliance. If they find out about our little actions, then we'll be in trouble. We've only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Ming-Zhe alliance's strength. Their strength is too great. Compared to them, we're not even ants. We should try our best to avoid conflict with the Ming-Zhe alliance. This is very important to us." Wu Yang nodded and said, "Yes, we are not even ants. I don't even know how many Tao Lord old ancestors they have. It is too scary." The Brightmarsh Alliance could casually send out thousands of Tao Lord patriarchs, but Wushang's secret sect only had one Tao Lord patriarch, Wushang. The difference was too great. Lei Xingfeng said, "There are too many sects gathered together and they occupy so many continents. The control and alliance of these sects are indeed extraordinary. We can't fight back, but we can still rely on them and earn some benefit." The two had the same idea. They wanted to suck the blood of the Ming-Zhe alliance. Of course, they had to do it secretly and use this to strengthen their secret sect. Even if they couldn't compete with the Ming-Zhe alliance in the future, they would still be able to survive in the outer realm. According to Lei Xingfeng's speculation, there weren't many sects that had passed through the Heavenly Bridge. There might be some extremely powerful sects that were struggling at death's door. However, he didn't have much confidence in these sections. The local cultivators were too powerful. Even if the secret sect had people that had advanced to the monarch realm, they wouldn't be able to resist a force like the Ming-Zhe alliance. According to Wu Yang's speculation, Lei Xingfeng would enter the Ming-Zhe alliance soon. As expected, in less than 2 days, Lei Xingfeng was called away. Before he left, Lei Xingfeng gestured. Wu Yang understood that Lei Xingfeng wanted him to keep in contact with Lei Xingfeng. At this point, Lei Xingfeng had to fight alone. Chapter 587. Seeing Lei Xingfeng leave, Wu Yang sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, Lei Xingfeng had played the most important role in the secret sect. In some places, even Wu Yang was not as important as him. This time, Lei Xingfeng was recommended by a Zega and approved by Baide. He was directly sent to the Mingze continent where the Mingze alliance was located. He was escorted by 2 Dao Lord Patriarchs to the famous Mingze continent. This was a long-distance teleportation. After 3 teleportations through the secret sect, there were people along the way. The 2 Dao Lord Patriarchs were very polite to Lei Xingfeng. They were both Baida's subordinates. As a king-level expert, Baida had a team of 100 people under him. They were all Dao Lord Patriarchs, and there was no lack of peak Dao Lord Patriarchs. One of them was called Ku Chi, and the other was called Bo Yi. They were both Baida's trusted subordinates. Under Baida's orders, they would follow Lei Xingfeng from now on. Ku Chi was more talkative, while Bo Yi was a taciturn person. If you didn't ask him, he wouldn't speak. After coming out of the teleportation gate, Ku Chi said, "We're finally back. Afeng, this is the Mingze continent. You'll be living here from now on. Haha, you should know that it's not easy to live here." Lei Xingfeng said, "Cultivators should be okay, right?" Ku Chi said, "It's just that it's not easy for cultivators. They need too many resources. As for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, there's no pressure at all." Lei Xingfeng asked, "Are there normal people living in the Mingze continent?" Ku Chi said, "Of course there are, and there are many of them. Mingze continent has areas where normal people live. Cultivators aren't allowed to go there. The areas where normal people live are specially managed and protected." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Why?" Ku Chi said, "Why what?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Why do they have to be managed by people, and not let cultivators go?" Ku Chi said, "This is the rule of the Mingze alliance. As for why, I don't know." Bo Yi looked up at Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng said, "You know?" Bo Yi nodded and said, "Yes, because most of these ordinary people are the family members of cultivators. Once their children grow up, they will be tested by the Ming-Zhe alliance. If they have talent and potential, they will be recruited and nurtured by the Ming-Zhe alliance." Lei Xingfeng asked, "How many ordinary people are there in the Ming-Zhe mainland?" Kutcher said, "That's hard to say. Anyway, there are so many that you can't calculate it." Bo Yi said, "As far as I know, there are more than 10 billion ordinary people." This number was quite terrifying. Kutcher said, "Only the family members of cultivators can move to the Mingze continent. I know that there are several continents where ordinary people live, but they are completely blocked. Every year, our Mingze alliance will go and recruit disciples." Bo Yi said, "That is Ming-Zhe alliance's territory, other sects are not allowed to enter." Lei Xingfeng thought, as expected, ordinary people are the foundation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many reserve practitioners. He asked, "Where is this place? How far is it from the Ming-Zhe alliance?" Kutcher said, "We're already here. This is Ming-Zhe alliance's territory. We still have to go through a secret door in the continent. If we fly, it will take 10 days to reach the headquarters, so we have to use the special door in the continent first." The two went through the procedures and then through a secret door, the 3 entered the Ming-Zhe alliance's headquarters. Entering the headquarters, Lei Xingfeng was a bit disappointed. There were no majestic buildings or majestic statues. It was like the suburbs of a city. There were sparse residences and courtyards. There was nothing eye-catching. He was a bit confused. "This is the headquarters?" Kutcher laughed. "Of course, this is the headquarters. the residential area. There is still half a day to the real headquarters. We can fly there. There were many people flying in the sky. Most of them were flying high. Kutcher explained, flying low is not allowed here. We have to fly high. Flying low will disturb the residents. When the three flew in the sky, Lei Xingfeng realized that the residential area was huge. No wonder they had to fly for half a day to reach the headquarters. After half a day, the three arrived at the headquarters. Lei Xingfeng was a bit familiar with this place. Although it wasn't a skyscraper, the architecture was still very special. It took up a lot of space and there weren't many tall buildings. However, Lei Xingfeng saw a lot of towers. He pointed at them and asked, "What is this?" Kutcher said, "Defense towers. You don't know this?" Lei Xingfeng had seen defense towers in the Forbidden Land. However, the towers here were a bit different. Most of them were made of metal and shined under the sun. They were almost twice as tall as the towers in the Forbidden Land. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Is there a restriction on flying here?" Kutcher said, "There is no war, so of course there is no restriction on flying." What he meant was that, in times of war, there would be a restriction on flying here. The three landed and soon arrived in front of a building. Kutcher said, "Let's go register first and then find someone to take you to the restriction headquarters." After the registration, the three received an identity card and a document to prove that Lei Xingfeng needed to work at the place. Lei Xingfeng looked on coldly. He found that the procedures here were quite formal and followed certain rules. It was very similar to the government in his previous life. After the registration was completed, a cultivator came out and said politely, "I will send you all there. I am Jalibo." Lei Xingfeng glanced and knew that this person was a monarch-level cultivator. He was just an errand boy at the headquarters. He couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the Ming-Zhe alliance. Jalibo said, "It will take 2 hours to fly from here to the restriction headquarters. I will lead the way." Then, he flew into the sky. Lei Xingfeng and the other two followed closely. As a staff member of the headquarters, Jalibo was very familiar with this area. He introduced them along the way, letting Lei Xingfeng understand a lot of the situation. There were large and small residential areas. Most of them were the residences of the various organizations of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. There were also a few residences where the organizations were located. These residences were like small towns that were convenient for living, shopping, and other activities. According to Lei Xingfeng's understanding, this was a large and loose city. The restriction headquarters was located in a forest. This forest was a fruit forest. They could see all kinds of fruits hanging on the trees. Jalibo said, "You can't fly in here. You have to walk in from the outside. There are many strange restrictions in the restriction headquarters. If you are not careful, you will be at a disadvantage." Lei Xingfeng said, "This area is full of restrictions?" Jalibo said, "Yes, there are many small restrictions that the restriction masters use to practice. There are indeed many. If you are not careful, you will be trapped. In fact, there is no danger. It will just make you feel embarrassed." The four of them landed on the road. There were very few people in this area, especially on the road leading to the restriction headquarters. Lei Xingfeng could not help but ask, "Is the restriction headquarters so deserted?" Jalibo smiled and said, "There are very few people in the restriction main hall. Furthermore, most restriction masters like to be quiet and not noisy. Therefore, people from the headquarters, or people from other places, will not enter the restriction main hall unless they receive an order." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Do all the restriction masters live in the restriction headquarters?" Jalibo said, "No, that's not it. Other than a small number of retired restriction masters and high-level restriction masters, most of them are in the various branches of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. I'm just bringing you to report. The arrangements of the restriction headquarters are not something I can guess." Ku Chi said, "Actually, living in the branches is more free. There are too many restrictions in the restriction headquarters." Jalibo said, "But the benefits of the restriction headquarters are good. If you want to learn something, you can ask the seniors. However, the requirements of the restriction headquarters are very high. You have to be at least a Heaven Monarch realm expert to join the restriction headquarters. Otherwise, you will definitely be assigned to a branch. My lord has just met the requirements to enter the restriction headquarters. It will depend on whether your control of restrictions meets the requirement. This guy seemed to be very familiar with the Ming-Zhe alliance and could say a little about everything. This made Lei Xingfeng very satisfied. He wanted to get in touch with people who were not tight-lipped and were well-informed. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Whether it is the restriction headquarters or a branch, I am very satisfied to be able to join." Jalibo said happily, "Of course. How can the people of the Ming-Zhe Alliance headquarters be compared to those country bumpkins?" Lei Xingfeng understood from his casual words that the people of the Ming-Zhe Alliance had a strong sense of superiority to the sex of the other continent. As long as he saw Jalibo's words and Ku Chi's and Bo Yi's reaction, he knew that the people of the Ming-Zhe Alliance headquarters looked down on the people of the lower sections. In a moment they came to the entrance of the restriction headquarters. There was a special guard here. When he saw the 4 people coming, he stretched out his hand to stop them and shouted, "This is the restriction headquarters. Unrelated people are not allowed to come close." Jalibo smiled apologetically and said, "My lord, I am from the headquarters. I will accompany this lord to report to the restriction headquarters." The guard's face immediately changed. He showed a smile and said, "Oh, which lord wants to report to the restriction headquarters?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It is me." The guard's tone immediately changed. He became very polite and said, "Do you have a notice?" Lei Xingfeng took out the notice from the headquarters and handed it to the guard. The guard checked it carefully and said with a smile, "It has been a long time since an outsider entered the restriction headquarters. Welcome. My lord, please come in." Jalibo and the other 2 took out their identity card. After checking them, they also walked in. Lei Xingfeng said as he walked, "What happens if an outsider tries to break in?" Jalibo laughed and said, "There will be a lot of restrictions, even Monarch King level experts will be trapped inside." Lei Xingfeng said, "Ah? So powerful?" Ku Chi said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Monarch rank experts can only be trapped temporarily. As long as they have some time, they can definitely break free. Monarch rank experts are not existences that ordinary cultivators can understand. They are very strong." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "How many Monarch rank experts are there in the restriction headquarters?" Jalibo said, "I don't know. The number of Monarch rank experts in the Ming-Zhe Alliance is a secret. However, I estimate that there are at least 3 to 5 of them." Chapter 588. The restriction main hall wasn't involved in combat. Their main task was to set up restrictions. They didn't have to fight personally. Their status was similar to the pharmacy main hall, maybe even higher. In the Ming-Zhe Alliance, it was a relatively special department. Kutcher and Bo Yi were willing to follow Lei Xingfeng because they knew that the people in the restriction main hall were much less dangerous than the supervisor team. This was a place to raise people. Not just anyone could enter, even if he was a Tao Lord Old Ancestor. Soon, the 4 entered the restriction main hall. This was a very large hall with exquisite furniture. A few female cultivators were sitting and chatting. When they saw the 4 enter, one of them stood up and asked, "Excuse me, what's the matter?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm here to report. Who do I need to go through?" He had a feeling of confusion. It was just like before he joined a company in his previous life. The woman's face was full of smiles. The other female cultivators also stood up and gathered around. Someone actually went directly to the restriction main hall to report. This person must be very powerful. In the restriction main hall, restriction masters had a very high status. They weren't just service staff, but the backbone of the restriction main hall. Lei Xingfeng calmly dealt with all kinds of registration and inquiries. One had to know that his origin was a bit questionable. After a lot of procedures were completed, the female cultivator said, "Before you officially join the company, you need to go through a test to determine your status in the restriction main hall. First, we need to arrange your residence. We have a special place to receive restriction masters. Please follow me." They came to the back courtyard. There were a few rows of villas here. Lei Xingfeng was welcomed to a very beautiful small building. The female cultivator said, "Rest for 2 days. Then someone will come to inform you to participate in the test at the restriction main hall." After explaining some things to take note of, the female cultivator left. Jalibo bid farewell and left. Xianfeng left his address. From now on, he had to pay attention to his social interactions and slowly build up his own network. Jalibo was of course very happy. Having a friend who was a restriction master would be of great help to him. He was very satisfied with Xianfeng's attitude and left happily after leaving his address. Lei Xingfeng brought Kutcher and Bo Yi into the small building. The building was beautifully built and there were people in charge of cleaning. Lei Xingfeng saw a few ordinary people. They all respectfully bowed and called him master. Kutcher quietly said, "The attendants here are all ordinary people, but most of them have a certain background. Someone in their family must be working at the headquarters. Don't be too strict with them." This was the benefit of having someone to remind him. Of course, Lei Xingfeng had never discriminated against ordinary people. The concept of equality in his previous life had always influenced him. After comforting them with a smile, the ordinary people were obviously relieved. A good master was very important to them. Even if someone in their family was a cultivator, they didn't dare to neglect a restriction master. Once there was a dispute, they would immediately be transferred or even punished. The small building had 2 floors. The first floor was a living room, and the second floor had 2 bedrooms. Kutcher and Bo Yi lived in one, and Lei Xingfeng lived in the other. Fortunately, it was only temporary. After the test, they would have an official identity and residence. After resting for 2 days, someone came to inform them to participate in the restriction main hall's test on the 3rd day. Taking Kutcher and Bo Yi, Lei Xingfeng followed the person to the test site. The test site was in an open space. When Lei Xingfeng entered, he saw a group of people standing there. At this time, he knew that he wasn't the only one being tested. Kutcher said, "This should be the test of the restriction masters trained by the restriction main hall. There seems to be a lot of people." Someone came up and asked, "Are you Lei Xingfeng? Are you a newcomer?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, I'm a newcomer. Do I need to prepare anything?" He didn't know what he was going to be tested for. The person said, "I'm Ibis, the deacon of the restriction main hall. I'm in charge of this test. Please come with me. Are you too his guards?" Kutcher said, "Yes, we're transferred here from the supervisor team. We're now guarding Sir Lei Xingfeng." Ibis was surprised. "Supervisor team? That's rare. Okay, you two can watch from the side. When the test is over, we can leave together." The Ming-Zhe Alliance's cultivators didn't have a good impression of the supervisor team. They were a group of beasts with super strong combat strength. They only knew how to fight and kill. As a member of the restriction main hall, they had always despised the supervisor team. Kutcher and Bo Yi stood on the side silently. Kutcher whispered, "Afeng, do your best." After this period of contact, both of them understood that Lei Xingfeng was a very peaceful person. They had a good impression of Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng nodded and followed Ibis into the test site. There was a row of examiners on the field. They were all restriction masters from the restriction main hall. The leader was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He looked very old. However, judging from his attire, this man was at the level of a restriction master. His name was Hai Yuanlang. His cultivation wasn't high. He was only at the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. The others were also at the high-level restriction masters. There were 6 locally trained cultivators participating in the test. Including Lei Xingfeng, there were 7. However, Lei Xingfeng's cultivation was the best. The other cultivators participating in the test were only at the peak stage true monarch realm. Of course, in the restriction main hall, cultivation wasn't important. The most important thing was the level of restriction skills. Here, a true monarch restriction master would usually have a few Dao monarch realm guards. In the Ming-Zhe alliance, both restriction masters and alchemists had high status. Not only did they receive extremely good treatment, but they also had the right to obtain all kinds of resources first. Cultivators who specialized in combat couldn't be compared to them at all. The 7 of them stood in a row. The first step of the test was to find the restrictions that had been activated. It was on the right side of the test site. There was no one standing there. The first step was to distinguish how many restrictions there were. For Lei Xingfeng, this was something that could be seen at a glance. With a glance, he had already come to a conclusion. Everyone was given a page of the Star Python record. They had to record the results on the Star Python record. Lei Xingfeng quickly recorded the number and type of restrictions. At this moment, he realized that the other 6 had taken out some strange things and started to test. While the 6 of them were busy, only Xian Feng stood motionless. Hai Yuanlang asked curiously, "Why are you standing still?" Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly to himself. He didn't have any testing tools. With his eyes, he could distinguish the restrictions. Even if he was pretending, he couldn't take out any testing tools. He had no choice but to say, "I'm done." Once he said this, everyone's eyes shot over. Those eyes were full of disbelief and doubt. Among the 6 people who were busy testing the restrictions, one of them turned to look at him and sneered. However, he quickly went back to his own business. The test was more important. Now wasn't the time to laugh at others. Hai Yuanlang extended his hand and said, "Since you're done, let me see the record." Lei Xingfeng handed the Star Python record over and said, "Sir, please." Hai Yuanlang took the Star Python record. He actually didn't believe it. There was no detection, no movement. Even Lei Xingfeng didn't move. Although the restrictions were activated, before they were activated, who knew what restrictions they were? How many restrictions were there? What were the types? However, after he read the Star Python record, he couldn't help but be shocked. There was no mistake at all. There were a total of 7 restrictions. All of them were marked. The location and range, the size of the area, the type of restriction, and even the weakness of the restriction, which were the nodes that could be attacked. This wasn't the test of this step. It was the content of the next step. Lei Xingfeng actually recorded everything. This meant that his level was no worse than a restriction master. In some areas, he was even better than a restriction master. After being stunned for a moment, a thought flashed in Hai Yuanlang's mind. Did someone leak the test questions? As soon as this thought flashed in his mind, he denied it. Lei Xingfeng was an external cultivator. It was his first time entering the restriction main hall. How could he have gotten the test questions? The other testers on the side looked at Hai Yuanlang's face curiously. His face looked like he was constipated. It was a strange look. One of the testers couldn't help but come forward and asked, "Sir, how is it?" Hai Yuanlang didn't know what to say. He handed the Star Python record to that tester and said, "See for yourself." The group of testers passed it around. Finally, the Star Python record was passed back to Hai Yuanlang. Everyone's expression was very strange. This was something they had never seen before. He didn't even do anything and answered the test questions accurately. Even before the content of the test was revealed, he was prepared to answer. Was he really here to take the Restriction Master test? This level was probably enough to take the test of a Restriction Master. Fortunately, the mental quality of the testers was good. Although they had a strange expression, they didn't say anything. They looked at Lei Xingfeng from time to time, and then looked at the other cultivators on the field. The distance between the two had been pulled apart. When the 6 testers handed in their answers, because of Lei Xingfeng's new benchmark, These 6 people's answers made the testers frown. The difference was too great. There were a total of 7 restrictions. 2 of them were more secretive. Only 1 person answered correctly. The other 5 people answered either 6 or 5. There was 1 person who made the testers speechless. He only found 3 restrictions. Hai Yuanlong's face darkened. This was a restriction apprentice trained by their headquarters, and he was actually so weak. This made him extremely unhappy. He said, "The next step is to mark out the types of restrictions." The following answers made Hai Yuanlong's face completely darken. The 6 restriction apprentices were all trembling with fear. Only Lei Xingfeng was still calm. Chapter 589. Hai Yuanlang said, You and you, go back and learn more. If you can't do anything, why did you come here to take this test? I am an old man, and I have so many things to do. Why would I come here to watch you make a fool of yourselves? The 3 of you stay behind to take the next test, and you, Lei Xingfeng, continue. Lei Xingfeng knew that he had passed the first test, but he didn't know that he had also passed the second test. One of the examiners whispered, "Old Hai, are we going to test him alone?" Another examiner also said, "Yes, his standard is obviously much higher. These tests shouldn't be difficult for him." Lei Xingfeng muttered in his heart, "Are they trying to make things difficult for me?" A group of people brought Lei Xingfeng and the other 3 to a place overgrown with weed. One of the examiners quickly left and came back a moment later. Lei Xingfeng found it funny. He had already seen a restriction being activated, and various restriction nodes were rapidly transmitting energy. In his eyes, there was nowhere to hide. Soon, he found an inconspicuous small restriction not far to the left. This restriction didn't pose any threat and was more like a prank. Once touched, there would be a loud explosion. Of course, this level of explosion wouldn't pose any threat to a heaven monarch. At most, they would be startled. Hai Yuanlang said, "Lei Xingfeng, do you know how many restrictions there are here?" Lei Xingfeng took out the star python record and was about to record it when Hai Yuanlang said, "No need to record it, just tell us." The 3 examiners looked at Lei Xingfeng with a bit of schadenfreude. They knew about this place, and they were very clear about what restrictions there were. Lei Xingfeng said, 2 restrictions, 1 big and 1 small. The big one is a restriction trap, and the small one is a simple explosion restriction. The kind with very little power. It can also be considered a restriction trap. Hai Yuanlang said, "You have passed this test. For the next test, you have to break this restriction trap. Forget about the small restriction trap, break the big restriction trap." Lei Xingfeng said, "Break it?" Hai Yuanlang said unhappily, "Yes, break it. Don't you understand?" Lei Xingfeng glanced at him. He didn't understand why the old man suddenly became so unhappy. He nodded and said, "No problem." Walking in front of the restriction trap, he looked at it carefully. This was a restriction trap with a radius of less than 100 meters. After it was activated, all the nodes of the restriction were exposed. He quickly found the key node. As long as this node was destroyed, the entire restriction would fail. Clatter. Boom. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket appeared out of thin air and struck the node of the spell. This accuracy caused Hai Yuanlong's eyelids to jump. This person was too abnormal. He didn't even need to look to know that the spell had been broken through in a single strike. The 3 cultivators who were taking the test had blank looks on their faces. They could not tell that the restriction had been broken. Hai Yuanlang couldn't help but admire him. He said, "You have passed this test. Next, you have to set up a restriction. Set up any restriction. Let us see your true level." Lei Xingfeng was suddenly in a difficult situation. It was very difficult for him to set up a restriction with his strength alone. However, he had a set of restriction components in his hand. It was the restriction killing formation he used before. Because of its great power, he was careful and refined many more components. This way, He could set up a restriction-killing formation at any time. He said, "Any restriction will do?" Hai Yuanlang felt strange and said, "Of course. No, you don't have to set up anything similar to a restriction trap. The scale will be slightly bigger." Lei Xingfeng looked around and said, "Set it up here?" Hai Yuanlang nodded and said, "Yes, set it up here." The others were also curious. Whether it was the cultivators or the examiners, they all wanted to know what kind of restriction-killing formation Lei Xingfeng would set up. Lei Xingfeng said, "If I were to refine the restriction components now, it would take too long. I have a set of restriction components in my hand. Can it be used?" Hai Yuanlang discussed with the examiners and nodded. "Yes, you can use it. This time, I will give you half a day." Lei Xingfeng calculated carefully. He reimagined the restriction-killing formation, eliminated and simplified it, and then began to modify a few components. Then, he began to set up the restriction-killing formation. He was already familiar with it. In the previous battle, Lei Xingfeng had set it up many times. Each time, he would improve it. Therefore, he was very familiar with this thunder-killing formation. This time, it was simplified so it was easier to set it up. He only spent 3 hours to finish setting it up. When he came out, he had already activated the killing formation. However, for the time being, there was nothing to trigger the formation's attack. Lei Xingfeng walked to Hai Yuanlang's side and said, "It's already set up." Hai Yuanlang's vision was not bad. After all, he was a restriction grandmaster. He said, "It's a killing formation?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Yes, it's a killing formation. It's just that I can't test it." He couldn't let people rush into the formation. Hai Yuanlang said, "Go call the people from the Strength Hall." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "What kind of place is the Strength Hall?" Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that Jing Zia once mentioned a Strength Hall. Wasn't that a puppet beast? Hai Yuanlang said, "Strength Hall is a puppet. It is a workshop that specializes in making puppets. It belongs to the Restriction Main Hall." "It is our subordinate unit," Lei Xingfeng said, "using puppets to test the restriction power." Hai Yuanlang said, "Do you want to use puppets to test it?" "Of course, you can only use puppets to test it." After a while, a few cultivators came over. They were all Taoist rank cultivators. After they came over, they bowed to the restriction grandmasters. Hai Yuanlang waved his hand and said, "Okay, quickly take out the Strength Hall." One of them asked, "Old Hai, how many puppets do you want?" Hai Yuanlang said, "Give me 10 puppets. Give me one with better defense." 10 puppets were taken out. Lei Xingfeng was a little disappointed. This thing was not even as good as a puppet beast. It looked like an ordinary person. It didn't walk smoothly enough and needed someone to command it. Hai Yuanlang looked at Lei Xingfeng with a trace of disdain and said, "This is not a battle puppet. This is an ordinary transporter that does manual labor. However, the puppets used for testing have their bodies specially treated. Their bodies are stronger than many battle puppets. A small number of puppets can even withstand a blow from a Tao Lord Patriarch." Lei Xingfeng was a little surprised. It was already very impressive that it could withstand a blow from a Tao Lord Patriarch. His puppet beast was also very strong. However, if it was hit by a Tao Lord Patriarch, it would probably shatter into dust. It should not be as tough as the puppets here. Hai Yuanlang said, "Okay, send a puppet over. Do you see it? It's in the open space in front." The people from the Strength Hall drove a puppet over and swayed. Lei Xingfeng was full of disdain. This thing was simply too clumsy and couldn't be compared to his puppet beast. As soon as he stepped into the restriction-killing array, he saw a bolt of lightning appear out of nowhere. Crack! Boom! A bolt of lightning accompanied by a thunderclap bombarded the puppet, instantly turning it into ashes. It didn't even have the chance to burn. It turned into a cloud of dust and disappeared without a trace. Everyone's mouths were wide open. This was too exaggerated. What kind of killing array was this? How could it be so abnormal? Hai Yuanlang said, "Send 5 puppets in." The people from the Strength Hall showed a trace of reluctance. They all understood that the power of this restriction killing array was definitely extraordinary. However, they didn't dare to disobey Hai Yuanlang's order. They picked out 5 puppets and drove them into the restriction killing array. Everyone stared at the puppets. There was only 1 puppet earlier. This time there were 5 puppets. They should be able to disperse the attack of the killing array, right? The 5 puppets had just stepped into the restriction killing array when 5 bolts of lightning fell. The result was exactly the same. The 5 puppets were instantly turned into ashes. Hai Yuanlang wanted to send more puppets in. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but dissuade him. There's no need to send more puppets. This restriction killing array has been used in battle before. Hai Yuanlang said, "Is it the battle for the continent now?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, it's that battle. Because of this restriction killing array, I was recommended to the Ming-Zhe Alliance's restriction main hall." Hai Yuanlang was curious. "Oh? How many people did you kill?" Lei Xingfeng scratched his head and thought carefully. He shook his head and said, "I can't count clearly." An examiner at the side said, "There should be a few hundred people." Lei Xingfeng touched his chin embarrassedly and said, "Not only that," another examiner said, "at most 1,000 people, no more. Otherwise, the restriction will collapse." Lei Xingfeng said, "Not only that," Hai Yuanlang said, "then how many?" Lei Xingfeng said, "About tens of thousands." This I didn't calculate carefully. Everyone was speechless. Tens of thousands? Was he joking? Lei Xingfeng said helplessly, "There's a battle report. I was recommended by Master Baida." Everyone looked at him differently. Killing tens of thousands of people, this result was a little scary. Also, he was recommended by a monarch-level expert. His status was a little different. Hai Yuanlang said, "I didn't expect you to be so strong. What did you use for the restriction core?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Big Thunder Crystal." Hai Yuanlang was left speechless. Even in the restriction main hall, a large thunder crystal was a type of attribute crystal. Although it was far inferior to a spiritual object, it was still an extremely rare treasure amongst crystals. This fellow had casually used a large thunder crystal as the core of a restriction. It was no wonder it was so powerful. After a while, Hai Yuanlang said, "No wonder. Big thunder crystals are rare. As the core of the killing array, it can kill countless people." "Alright, you pass this test." Lei Xingfeng said, "The test is over? I can get the title of Restriction Master, right?" He looked at Hai Yuanlang expectantly. Hai Yuanlang said, "You're not being tested as a Restriction Master. You're being tested as an Advanced Restriction Master." Lei Xingfeng thought, "Advanced Restriction Master? It seems more powerful than a Restriction Master." Chapter 590. The other 3 examinees were stunned. Advanced Restriction Master. This person was actually an Advanced Restriction Master. No wonder they couldn't see through him. He was much stronger than them. Lei Xingfeng said, "Advanced Restriction Master. What's the difference between Restriction Master and Advanced Restriction Master?" He actually guessed it, but it was too sudden. He couldn't help but ask to confirm it first. This time, Hai Yuanlang wasn't impatient. He patiently explained, "The weakest here are the newly recruited disciples. They learn restriction and become restriction apprentices of the restriction hall. When they reach a certain level, they can take the test to become a restriction master. Restriction masters have an official position in our restriction hall. They can go to various continents and build restrictions for small sections. They are the most basic power of the restriction hall. After a restriction master has studied and practiced for a while, they can take the intermediate restriction master test. Then they can take the advanced restriction master test. An advanced restriction master has a very high status in the restriction hall. They can be responsible for some administrative matters. Of course, they can also specialize in restriction. It depends on their choice. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, what are the positions above Advanced Restriction Master? Hai Yuanlang said, Restriction Master, Restriction Grand Master. If you have the ability, you can get this title. An examiner on the side said, Old Hai is a Restriction Grandmaster. If you want to reach the level of a Restriction Grandmaster, you can't just take a test. There are many additional conditions. Our Restriction Central Hall only has a few hundred Restriction Grandmasters. There weren't enough Restriction Masters in the Ming-Zhe Alliance. The reason why they had such a high position was because there weren't enough of them, especially those above the level of Restriction Masters. They were even rarer. This was also why Xian Feng was able to enter the main hall of restrictions. The restriction killing formation he displayed was too powerful. Lei Xingfeng really wanted to take the test to become a Restriction Master. However, a Restriction Master couldn't be obtained through the test. The highest that could be tested was an Advanced Restriction Master. This time, it wasn't a big problem. He asked, what else is there to test? Hai Yuanlang said unhappily, the test is over. What else is there to test? It's enough. Everyone, sign. Then he took out a page of the Star Python record for everyone to sign. This meant that the test was over. He was the examiner. The others were just witnesses. Lei Xingfeng was suddenly happy. The test was over. It didn't seem difficult. If he said that, he would be scolded to death. Hai Yuanlang said, Lei Xingfeng, come with me to the restriction hall. Register and get your things. As for the others, you will be responsible for the test of the other three. The faces of the three examiners immediately showed a happy expression. Who didn't know that Hai Yuanlang's assessment was strict and serious? If they were careless, they would be driven away by him. The previous three examiners had suffered this. Lei Xingfeng followed Hai Yuanlang. Seeing Ku Qi and Bo Yi coming, Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, I passed. Ku Qi congratulated. Bo Yi also smiled. If Lei Xingfeng couldn't enter the restriction hall, they would have to return to the supervision team. But Lei Xingfeng passed. Then they could stay and protect Lei Xingfeng. They didn't have to fight on the battlefield. No one liked to roll around in life and death situations every day. It was the wish of the Ming-Zhe League's cultivators to have a good place to go. Hai Yuanlang was only a Heaven Monarch Realm cultivator, but he was much more arrogant than Ku Qi and Bo Yi. He also didn't think highly of them. The status of a Restriction Master was very special in the Ming-Zhe League. He said, just the two of you are not enough. Lei Xingfeng passed as a high-level Restriction Master. We need to increase the number of guards. Ku Qi and Bo Yi looked at Lei Xingfeng in surprise. However, their eyes lit up. A person always had a few friends. Letting a friend be a guard was a big favor. Lei Xingfeng said, how many guards can a high-level Restriction Master have? Ku Qi said, 4 Dao Monarch Realm Ancestors and 8 Heaven Monarch Realm Cultivators. He can have a team of 50 monarchs. Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, so many guards? He was shocked. Just the guards of a high-level Restriction Master were much stronger than Wu Yang's secret sect. This was too exaggerated. Ku Qi said, that should be the rule. Hai Yuanlang said, these people can be counted as guards, but they can't be counted as guards. Normally, they protect the Restriction Masters, but they also have an important task, which is to collect the materials needed by the Restriction Masters. Although the Restriction Main Hall's material warehouse has a lot of restriction materials, many specific materials still need to be collected by the Restriction Masters themselves. Lei Xingfeng immediately understood. No wonder such powerful guards were needed. It was to find materials. This could be explained. He said, so I have to find the materials myself? Hai Yuanlang said, nonsense, of course you have to find it yourself. Otherwise, who can afford it? Lei Xingfeng said with a bitter smile, this restriction requires a lot of materials. Finding it yourself is very difficult. Hai Yuanlang said, there are two kinds. One is official business. If you are asked to go to a sect to set up a restriction, then all the materials will be arranged by the Restriction Master Hall. You don't have to pay for the materials. After you complete the task, you will be rewarded. This reward can be exchanged for materials. If you complete more tasks, you can receive more rewards and exchange for more materials. The other kind is private work. For example, you have to do your own experiments and design restrictions. This is not something the Restriction Master Hall can manage. Of course, you can also accept private work. For example, if a sect wants to set up a restriction formation, then they can provide the materials. After you are done, you will be rewarded with materials. If you tamper with the restrictions while setting up, well, this is what most restriction masters like to do. Lei Xingfeng said to himself, "This is what I like to do too. I didn't expect restriction masters to have so many tricks up their sleeve." Ku Qi and Bo Yi had smiles on their faces. Ever since they found out that Lei Xingfeng was actually a high-level restriction master, they were so happy that they couldn't close their mouth. They could bring their friends here. Lei Xingfeng shouldn't reject the 2 spots of Dao Lord Patriarchs. He followed Hai Yuanlang into the Restriction Master Hall and came to a building. Hai Yuanlang said, "Follow me." The guards at the door were all Dao Lord Patriarchs. When they saw Hai Yuanlang, they all bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Hai." Lei Xingfeng was a little dazed. Hai Yuanlang was only a Heaven Monarch realm cultivator, but he actually made Dao Lord Patriarchs bow to him. So the Ming-Zhe Alliance didn't care about the level of cultivators? Lei Xingfeng didn't know the situation here either. He followed Hai Yuanlang in. Ku Qi and Bo Yi waited outside. When they entered the room, there were a few people sitting inside. When they saw Hai Yuanlang enter, they all stood up and greeted politely, "Elder Hai is here. Quick, invite Elder Hai to sit." "Elder Hai, why are you here today? Is this a new restriction master?" When Hai Yuanlang arrived, he revealed a smile and said, "You brats, what are you doing here?" Lei Xingfeng looked at them coldly. They were all true monarchs. Their cultivation wasn't high, but Hai Yuanlang's attitude towards them was completely different from the Dao Lord Patriarchs guarding the door. He was very friendly and spoke casually. Hai Yuanlang said, "This is a new high-level restriction master, not a restriction master. Come, Lei Xingfeng, let me introduce you. These are the restriction masters of the Restriction Master Hall." Lei Xingfeng stepped forward and said, "Greetings, I'll be working with you guys from now on. Please take care of me." Hearing that Xian Feng was a high-level restriction master, the few restriction masters became much more courteous and introduced themselves. Hai Yuanlang asked, "Where did Sha go?" A restriction master said, Sha has something to do. She asked us to stay here and watch." Hai Yuanlang said, "That girl is running around again. Okay, let's go through the formalities for Lei Xingfeng." They nodded and hurriedly went through the formalities for Lei Xingfeng. They took out all kinds of big boxes and went through all kinds of registration procedures. There were also some reward materials. These were the rewards from the Restriction Master Hall. Since Lei Xingfeng was a high-level restriction master, there were a lot of things. A restriction master took out a page of the Star Python record and said, "This is a residence map. Where do you want to live? Mark it on the Star Python record and we'll arrange it for you." Xian Feng kept the items in his hidden Luan space and changed into a set of high-level restriction master clothes. This was a special set of clothes with a strict symbol. As long as one wore this set of clothes, others would know that one was a high-level restriction master. With an identity plate, a new high-level restriction master would be born. This meant that Lei Xingfeng had successfully gained a foothold in the Ming-Zhe Alliance. At the very least, there was no problem with his identity. Xian Feng looked at the Star Python record carefully. He wanted to find a more secluded place. After a while, he found the residential area north of the Forbidden Hall. This was already the edge of the residential area, and the houses here were obviously bigger, taking up more space than the other houses. Xanfeng spoke. I'll choose this house. The restriction master said, this is the edge of the residential area. It's very quiet. Normal people wouldn't choose here, are you sure? Lei Xingfeng nodded, and I'm sure. By the way, can I set up restrictions in my residence? Hai Yuanlang smiled. Of course, but there must be a hint to tell outsiders that there's a restriction here. Lei Xingfeng nodded, yes. It was very common for restriction masters to set up restrictions in their homes. As long as they were restriction masters, they would usually do this. After all the formalities were completed, Lei Xingfeng finally asked a question that he had been concerned about. He said, where do I go to learn restriction? Chapter 591. Hai Yuanlang said, the restriction main hall has a special place to study. I've already given you a copy of the Star Python record. It records the topography and buildings of the entire Ming-Zhe League. It's all marked. Once you find the relevant place, you can go in with your identity card. However, if you want to find information that only restriction masters can read, you'll have to pay a certain price. Lei Xingfeng said, thank you, old Hai. Hai Yuanlang said, no need to thank me. This is my task, so there's a reward. Well, if you have time, you can come here and talk. Maybe it'll be good for everyone. Several restriction masters on the side shouted, wow, old Hai, this isn't fair. We want to go to your place, but you've always ignored us. Hai Yuanlang laughed and scolded, forget it. You lazy bums, when did you come here to talk about restrictions? Besides looking for beauties, you don't have any other hobbies. The restriction masters all laughed. One of them said, we're young. Of course, we have to find our true love. Xanfeng felt that it was strange. In the secret sects, practitioners rarely talked about love. Most of them worked hard on their training and didn't care about anything else, let alone love. Furthermore, once a practitioner reached the level of a monarch, they would rarely have children. Adding on the fact that there were very few female practitioners, it was very difficult for them to have a couple's world. Hai Yuanlang said, you should focus on studying restrictions. You barely got the title of restriction master. It's been 10 years, but you haven't made any progress. The several restriction masters had awkward expressions on their faces. However, they knew that Hai Yuanlang's words were good, but they still wanted to do things their own way. Hai Yuanlang said, well, when Shasha comes back you can talk to her. We'll be leaving first. Lei Xingfeng followed Hai Yuanlang and left. Seeing Lei Xingfeng's advanced restriction master uniform, Ku Qi and Bo Yi looked excited. Ku Qi said, Feng, have you settled on a place to live? Lei Xingfeng smiled and nodded. Yes, we'll go now. Hai Yuanlang said, well, you can go back and rest. If you need anything, you can come and find me. Lei Xingfeng thanked him and watched as Hai Yuanlang left. According to the location recorded in the Star Python record, the three of them arrived at Lei Xingfeng's new residence. There were already people here. They were the attendants of this residence. They were all ordinary people, and there were a total of 10 people. There was a manager, 2 chefs, and a gardener. Lei Xingfeng followed the steward around the house. It was a small manor with a total of 7 small buildings. There was a reception building, 2 gardens, and a forest on the side. The environment was very beautiful, which made Lei Xingfeng very satisfied. Lei Xingfeng lived in the main building, which was a 3-story building in the middle. Ku Qi and Bo Yi also lived in this building. As guards, they couldn't be too far away from Lei Xingfeng. After resting for a day, Lei Xingfeng took Ku Qi and Bo Yi to look for the Restriction Master Hall's database. He was very interested in the Ming-Zhe Alliance's restrictions. Moreover, he had a shortcoming, which was that he needed to add some basic knowledge on restrictions. He could be considered to have become a novice and relied on his eyes to have a special understanding of restrictions. Because he could see, it was easy for him to understand. However, he still lacked a lot of basic knowledge. This time, he should be able to get the answer. Lei Xingfeng originally wanted to go back to the Mirror Realm, but because he had just been hired, He couldn't leave at will for the time being. Moreover, Ku Chi and Bo Yi were always with him, so he didn't have an excuse to leave. Therefore, going to the database was his only choice. Relying on the topographic map recorded by the star python, Lei Xingfeng quickly found the location of the database. After entering a small building, he checked his identity card. Ku Chi and Bo Yi stayed in the small building. Lei Xingfeng followed the steward and walked into an underground room. There was a short-distance teleportation door in the middle. The steward said, "Go through the secret door. Someone will receive you." Lei Xingfeng nodded and walked through the secret door. After the teleportation, Lei Xingfeng entered an empty hall. With his sensitivity, he immediately knew that he was underground and that there were restrictions around him. After walking out of the secret door, someone immediately came up to him and asked. Lei Xingfeng showed his identity card. The steward immediately saluted and said, "Sir, which data room do you want to go to?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm a newly hired senior restriction master. I don't know the rules here. Can you tell me?" That person looked relieved and said, "Advanced restriction masters can enter most of the data rooms. Except for the restriction masters and restriction grand masters data rooms, they can use them for free. However, the information in the data room is not allowed to be taken out, nor can it be copied. You can only rely on your memory. In addition, every restriction master has someone to accompany them to the data room." Lei Xingfeng was speechless. He originally wanted to do something, but now he couldn't do anything. He would just study honestly and go home to copy what he remembered. He said, "Okay. Who's going with me?" The steward said, "I'll go with you. I'm the guide here. My name is Gua. Please follow me." Lei Xingfeng followed Gua inside. In the passage there was a door at every distance. Lei Xingfeng said, "I want to go to the lowest level data room." "Yes, the one that restriction apprentices can enter." Gua was stunned. He said, "Sir, this." "Okay." If his lordship wanted to go as a true master, he couldn't reject him. He immediately left the passage and turned to another. Here, he could already see a few restriction apprentices. Seeing Xianfeng, they immediately bowed respectfully. This was a high-level restriction master, who dared to be rude. Under Gua's lead, Lei Xingfeng quickly arrived at the data room used by the low-level apprentices. This room was very big, at least a few hundred square meters. There were countless shelves with all kinds of information on them. There were a few records of star pythons. Most of the records were made of beast skins or stone slabs. There were many ancient stone slabs and animal bones as record carriers. There were all kinds of records. Gua said, "This is where the low-level restriction apprentices come. Yes, there are some ancient records. Even restriction grandmasters will come to read them. However, there are very few of them." In the data room, there were dozens of restriction apprentices. They were all quietly looking at all kinds of information. Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, Gua, do whatever you want." Gua smiled and said, "I'll follow you. I can answer your questions at any time. Don't worry, sir. I'll be very quiet." Lei Xingfeng nodded. He knew that this was the rule here. His attention was focused on the information. He was very curious about the information here. On the shelves in front of him were large pieces of animal bones. A smooth brown bone felt heavy in his hand. It was a very beautiful bone. It was slightly yellowish-brown. There were rows of small ancient characters and some simple diagrams. Lei Xingfeng was immediately immersed in it. This bone was 1 foot long and half a foot wide. It was very thin. It was obvious that it had been carefully ground. There were 3 pieces in total, and they were strung together with beast skins. Lei Xingfeng knew the characters. It was a very ancient record. It was a simple introduction to restriction. It described some restriction phenomena and had simple diagrams. It was a very interesting record. Lei Xingfeng read it quickly. He understood it easily. After all, it was the most basic and simple description of restriction phenomena. He looked along the huge wooden shelves. He basically did not let go of any information. Whether it was useful or not, he looked at it carefully. Some records were very simple, while others were very complicated. He looked at it for 2 days and 2 nights. Gua followed with a bitter face. He did not expect Lei Xingfeng to be so crazy. He did not eat or sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, Gua waited until Lei Xingfeng asked him a question. At this moment, he almost cried. He finally stopped. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Is there a place to rest here?" He did not want to go back to sleep for now. It was a waste of time. Gua said, "Yes, yes. However, it is in another passage. This is the area for low-level apprentices. They need to look at information and can only come here every day. Sir, you are not restricted by this." Lei Xingfeng said, "I'll go rest for a while." He needed some time to record and tidy up the messy information in his head. He needed to summarize it. There were many resting rooms in the database. These were for people above the restriction master level. Some restriction masters could stay here for an entire year in order to study. Hence, a place to rest had to be prepared. Lei Xingfeng entered the room. Gua hurriedly bid farewell. He was exhausted and wanted to find a place to sleep. This room was completely made of stone and had been reinforced with restrictions. It was a very small room, less than 10 square meters. The floor was covered with a thick layer of beast skin. There was nothing else. Lei Xingfeng closed the door and sat down cross-legged. He recalled all the information he had read and eliminated the useless things. Then, he took out a page of the Star Python record and started to record it bit by bit. After spending a few hours, he finally finished tidying up. Only then did Xianfeng lie down and start snoring loudly. He didn't know how long he slept, but Lei Xingfeng naturally woke up. He found some food and quickly filled his stomach before walking out of the room. He saw Gua sitting at the door. Seeing Lei Xingfeng come out, Gua immediately went forward and asked, "Where are you going this time?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Back to the original place." Returning to the room for apprentices, Lei Xingfeng continued to look at the information. Kutcher and Bo-Yi had been waiting outside for a long time. The two waited for more than 40 days before Lei Xingfeng came back from the secret door. During these 40 days, Lei Xingfeng studied in a room and went through all the information for apprentices. There were some information that even he couldn't understand. However, he forcibly memorized it and recorded it in the Star Python record. When he had free time, he would study it again. Considering that Kutcher and Bo-Yi were still waiting outside, and had been in the database for a long time, Lei Xingfeng decided to go back. Lei Xingfeng brought the two back to his residence and said, "You two stay here and guard. I need to go into seclusion for a while. It won't be long. Don't disturb me." Kutcher and Bo-Yi nodded and returned to their rooms. Lei Xingfeng locked the door and returned to the Mirror Realm. Chapter 592. When Lei Xingfeng came out of the courtyard of his home in the Mirror Realm, he only saw a few servants walking around listlessly. He waved his hand to call one of them over and said, "Why is there no one here?" That servant spoke, "Master, they've all gone to mine, all of them have gone, every house is empty, the house is very quiet now, Master Jean isn't here either, we're only eating dry rations, Master, it's been a long time since anyone came." He rambled on for a long time, probably because he hadn't talked to anyone for a long time. He actually started chattering with Xianfeng. Lei Xingfeng interrupted him and said, "Stop, stop. Everyone went to mine? No one stayed behind?" The servant said, I don't know. Anyway, it's been very quiet recently." Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and said, "Okay, I know. Did Patriarch Wu Yang come back?" The servant said, Yes. He came back about 10 days ago, and then he left immediately." Lei Xingfeng subconsciously asked, "Where did he go?" The servant said, that. I don't know." Lei Xingfeng also knew that asking this servant was a blind man. He would not know where the higher-ups of the hidden sect went. He said, "Okay, you go to your work. There's nothing else for you to do." In the blink of an eye, Lei Xingfeng arrived at the mining area through the mirror realm. He quickly found the people who were busy mining. Everyone was there, including Wu Yang, Guqi, Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, Tangya, Jean Dia, Jean Depan, Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, Lotzi, and the group of monarchs. Plus, they were all mining hard. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had a friend who liked to steal the fruits from other people's fruit trees. He was not interested in the fruits that were bought. He said that the fruits that were picked by oneself were delicious. He felt that stealing here was the same. This thing was definitely addictive. The underground excavation was full of intersecting tunnels. Starting from where Lei Xingfeng first dug, and digging in the direction that Lei Xingfeng pointed out, not only could they harvest the ore here, but they could also dig to other mines. When Lei Xingfeng arrived, the higher-ups of the hidden sect immediately gathered. Wu Yang came over first and said, "Feng, how is it? How does it feel to sneak into the Ming-Zhe alliance?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I have already entered the restriction hall. My identity in the Ming-Zhe alliance is a high-level restriction master." Guqi and Tangya walked over. Guqi asked, "What advanced restriction master?" Lei Xingfeng smiled, A position in the Ming-Zhe alliance." Jean Dia and the rest also ran over, slowly forming a circle around Feng. Very quickly, everyone took out their own chairs. Jean Dia took out a large table and shouted, "Big fatty, big fatty." Jean Depang said, "Coming, coming." He knew why Jean Dia was looking for him. In his hidden Luan space, food took up 90% of the space, so he had to look for Jean Depang to eat. Jean Depang didn't need anyone to tell him. He filled the table with all kinds of cold food. Everyone was actually quite tired, no matter if they were high-level or low-level cultivators. Mining here was really exciting. Everyone worked hard to dig out the ores in front of them. When the ores were about to fill up their hidden Luan space, they gathered a group of people to go back to the mirror world and unload the ores before returning to the mining area. In just a short period of time, they had emptied a large area of the mine. They were using brute force to excavate, so there was a lot of waste. However, no one cared. Excavating here was stealing. Before the owner found out, they had to steal as much as possible. Once they were discovered, they wouldn't hesitate to return to the mirror world. Someone asked, "Feng, what is a high-level restriction master?" Lei Xingfeng looked up and couldn't help but smile. "Uncle Lotzi, Restriction Master is a very high position in the Ming-Zhe alliance. There is a special department called the Restriction Hall. It is responsible for the restriction of the entire Ming-Zhe alliance. There are Restriction Apprentice, Restriction Assistant, Restriction Master, Intermediate Restriction Master, Advanced Restriction Master, Restriction Grandmaster, and so on. I passed the test and got the position of a high-level restriction master." Lotzi was surprised. There is such a detailed division of occupations inside. Lei Xingfeng nodded. For such a huge organization like the Ming-Zhe alliance, it would be strange if they didn't have such a detailed division of occupations. This makes it easier to manage and use talent. Thunderstorm said, "A high-level restriction master seems to have a pretty good position." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, it is just a title, but it doesn't have any real power. Let's stay here for a while and see if there are any benefits." Everyone laughed. Wu Yang sighed. "The Ming-Zhe alliance is too strong. It is so strong that it makes people feel hopeless." Feng nodded. "That's right, in our place, Daojun old ancestors are the top fighters and leaders. In the Ming-Zhe alliance, they can only be considered the middle fighters and leaders. The difference is huge. I'm a high-level restriction master, but I've been given 4 Daojun old ancestors. Just guards, heaven monarchs and true monarchs. Anyways, the guards given to me are already stronger than all of our secret sects. It's too scary." Everyone was shocked. Wu Yang said, "The Dao Lord old ancestors of the Ming-Zhe alliance are worthless. Only monarchs have real status. I remember that when we first came here, There were only 2 or 3 people in the secret sects who had advanced to monarch. It was useless. Who knows how many monarchs there are in the Ming-Zhe alliance? It is no wonder that we failed in the past and had to come in from the extraterritorial star continent. Lei Xingfeng said, let's take it slow. Who knows how long the Ming-Zhe alliance has been developing for to have such a huge force? We have just come to this world. Developing in secret is the wisest way. With the Mirror Realm as a base, Wu Yang's secret sects had a foundation to develop. However, it would take a long time to develop. If they were reckless, they would be destroyed before the secret sects could develop. Wu Yang said, our mission now is to empty the mines below. Oh right, Feng, I plan to disappear in the next battle and secretly return to the Mirror Realm. I will not go to the continent where the battle is happening for the time being. There are many things to deal with in the Mirror Realm. I do not have time to continue fighting for the Ming-Zhe alliance there. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, it is good to leave. It is too easy to die there. If you are not careful, you might die in the battle. Wu Yang nodded and said, everyone is telling me the same. Yes, it is not suitable to continue staying there. Lei Xingfeng said, I plan to transfer De Lai Ba to the Restriction Master Hall. Grandmaster, ask him if he is interested. Wu Yang said, to be your guard? Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, instead of struggling in the war, it is better to come to my place and enjoy life. I believe that he will agree. Wu Yang said, so were you planning to transfer me over too? Lei Xingfeng laughed. In fact, he did have such thoughts. Wu Yang said, forget it. I will not be of much use. I will be tied down in the Ming-Zhe alliance. In the future, our secret sects will be in the dark and you will be in the light. We will cooperate with each other. Lei Xingfeng said, good, that is good. Our strength is still not enough. When the secret sects gather enough materials, I will try to exchange them with others in the Ming-Zhe alliance. I will think of a way to get the materials for everyone to advance. In the future, we will at least have the strength of a Lord of Heaven before we can go out. Gucci nodded and said, that is right. I believe that the people in our secret sects will advance at a different speed in this world. In this world, monarchs and lords of heaven were considered ordinary unless you had special skills. For example, Lei Xingfeng had the title of Advanced Restriction Master. Only Dao monarchs had the qualifications to be respected by others. Monarchs held high positions and had extremely high social status and sphere of influence. As long as you could reach this level, you would naturally become an elder of the Ming-Zhe alliance and have a lot of resources. The truly wealthy people in the Ming-Zhe alliance were the monarch. Others could not compare to them. These monarchs were rich enough to rival a country. To be exact, they were richer than the sections. Generally, the wealth of a medium to large sect might not be as much as a monarch's. Lei Xingfeng asked, how many ores did you excavate this time? Wu Yang said, you did not go to the Mirror Realm to take a look? Lei Xingfeng said, I went back to the Mirror Realm, but I did not see any ores. He had rushed in and out in a hurry. Of course, he did not see the place where the ores were piled up. Gucci laughed and said, it is already piled up into a mountain. We originally wanted to open a warehouse, but it was filled up quickly. In the end, we had to pile it up in the open. Luckily, it is all ores. It does not matter where we put it. Lei Xingfeng said, everyone be careful. The excavated tunnel below needs to be backfilled. Although it cannot completely remove the traces, it can temporarily confuse the Ming-Zhe alliance. Also, we should not be too greedy this time. It is enough to dig out the important ores. Forget about the rest. There will be opportunities in the future. Wu Yang thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, the Ming-Zhe alliance has not resumed production yet. They will not pay attention to this place for the time being. When they resume production, we will withdraw. Xianfeng spoke. That's right, even if they find out that the bottom layer has been excavated, they won't suspect outsiders. This is a mess, it's impossible to calculate it clearly, But if our people are discovered, they will know that there are outsiders here, with the strength of Mingzhe Alliance. Who knows if they will find us? It's better to be careful. Everyone agreed with Lei Xingfeng's point. Because the Mingzhe Alliance was too strong, no one dared to be careless. Wu Yang said, Feng, since you are here, can you give us some pointers on where to dig? I am confused. Lei Xingfeng said, Old fatty, come over and clean up the table. Chapter 593. Jean Depan hurriedly cleared the table. Lei Xingfeng bent down and picked up a few pieces of ore, saying, It's like this. This is the main vein. In fact, many veins converge. We are at this position. He put down a piece of ore as he spoke. This is our position. This is where the main veins converge. It's about 1,000 meters away. If we dig in this direction, I estimate that we will reach the place where the veins converge in a few days. That's where the real good stuff is. In addition, everyone must pay attention. If there are any abnormal fluctuations or unusually bright ores, dig them out first and store them well. This is very likely to be a spirit item. It would be a pity if it was mixed in with ordinary ores. Wu Yang and the others knew about spirit items, but they didn't know what kind of spirit items were produced here. Thunderstorm said, Feng, do you have the real thing? Let everyone see. Lei Xingfeng took out some golden granules and said, These are the spirit items produced in the local mines. Everyone take one. If you have any doubts in the future, you can compare them. These golden objects were extremely small, about the size of a grain of rice. After everyone took one, Feng kept the rest and spoke, These things, no matter if it's making your own seals or seals, they're all extremely good materials. I hope everyone won't leave them out. Gucci stood up and said, All right, everyone continue to dig. According to Feng's instructions, forget about the other directions. Dig towards the place where the veins converge. Everyone dispersed and continued to dig. Only Wu Yang, Gucci, and Thunderstorm remained seated. Gao Yi and the others left to dig. Wu Yang said, The Great Three Gates have completely given up. We won't go back. It's fine as long as you can stand firm. The people from the Great Three Gates who went to the continent this time are all dead. Ning Yi and Aba are also dead. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. Dead? Wu Yang said, There was a battle and I wasn't there. In the end, the whole army was wiped out, and not a single one was left. Because of this, I planned to leave that place. It was too dangerous, and I didn't even have time to escape. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, It's really terrifying. So many cultivators have died. It seems that in order to occupy a continent, at least a few 100,000 cultivators will die. It's better to leave as far as possible. It's too dangerous. Gucci sighed. So much manpower and resources. It's simply unimaginable. What a waste. Lei Xingfeng said, It's impossible to provide so many cultivators with limited resources. Moreover, most of the cultivators who were selected this time are people who don't have the potential to improve. How many resources do these people consume every year? The Mingzhe Alliance might as well make use of the trash. Not only can they occupy a new resource continent, but they can also consume these cultivators. It seems unfair to these cultivators, but the Mingzhe Alliance can continue to develop and grow. Gucci kept smiling bitterly. It was already very precious for them to obtain a true monarch, but the Mingzhe Alliance didn't hesitate to consume thousands of true monarchs and heaven monarchs. Even the Tao monarchs were sent to the battlefield without any hesitation. They didn't show any mercy and were cold and heartless. This was probably the secret of the alliance's longevity. Lei Xingfeng took out the basic records of restrictions that he obtained from the Mingzhe Alliance's Restriction Central Hall. He handed it to Wu Yang and said, This is the foundation of restrictions. We also need to nurture our own restriction masters. As for the apothecary, let Yao Yao be in charge. The earlier it is established, the earlier we can reap the benefit. Wu Yang nodded and said, and we need to learn from the Ming-Zhe alliance. Lei Xingfeng said, in the future, I will slowly steal the information from the Restriction Central Hall and then take it back. This steal was to forcefully memorize and reorganize the records. This way, the secret sex cultivators could learn and grow. Wu Yang said, we also need to send people out. And, with you as the center, think of a way to enter the Ming-Zhe alliance. Gucci agreed and said, yes, borrow the strength of the Ming-Zhe alliance and strengthen us. Lei Xingfeng agreed and said, and this will depend on my development in the Ming-Zhe alliance. Thunderstorm said, not a bad idea. If there is a chance, I can also participate. Lei Xingfeng said, the main thing is to actively nurture the ordinary people in our two continents, especially those children with potential. This is the hope of our secret sect. In the lower level of the mining area, the few higher-ups of the secret sect set the tone of the secret sect's operations in the future and planned the secret sect's development goals. Lei Xingfeng asked, Ancestor, is there any news about the other secret sects? Wu Yang said, very little, but I received some news. However, they are not doing well. The continents they are in are often lacking in resources and the cultivation environment is not good. According to my estimation, after some time, they will not be able to survive. If they go to a continent with a master, it will be very difficult for them to survive. This time, after witnessing the power of the Ming-Zhe alliance, I think that no secret sect will be able to deal with them, especially since they don't have a hidden place like the Mirror Realm. Once they get into a conflict with the local forces, they will have nowhere to run. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, if they cannot integrate into the local cultivator society, they will definitely disappear. Even if some people survive, the entire organization will be gone. Wu Yang nodded and said, yes, if they can't adapt, they will be eliminated. I feel that they may not have made a good choice in this great migration. However, for our secret sect, it is good news. It is also thanks to Feng's contribution that he obtained the Mirror Realm at the most crucial time. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, it's just good luck. Gucci couldn't help but laugh and scold, you little brat, why don't I have such luck? You are the best. Lei Xingfeng laughed. In Wu Yang and Gucci's secret sect, he truly felt like home. That was why he worked so hard to protect it. Wu Yang said, don't be jealous. Who here can compare to Feng's luck? It is really good luck that makes people speechless. Gucci said, I am not jealous, I am happy, haha. Lei Bao grinned as he looked at them. He was pleased that his grandson was valued so highly. He felt proud too. Lei Xingfeng said, I came back secretly this time. I will go back soon. Is there anything you want me to do? Wu Yang and Gucci thought for a moment and shook their heads. Wu Yang said, there is nothing else. Just one thing. Be careful. When you are in the Ming-Zhe alliance, try to keep a low profile. Then slowly get to know the people around you and expand your network. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, I know. Other than going to the Magnetic Storm Mountain to cultivate, I will come back when I have time. Gucci said, be careful, especially when entering and leaving the Mirror Realm. If you are not confident, you would rather not come back. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, it is okay. I am a high-level restriction master. I have a high status in the Ming-Zhe alliance. Ordinary people should not provoke me. Thunderstorm said, go, be careful. Lei Xingfeng returned to the Mirror Realm and then went directly to his residence in the Restriction Hall. The black bird chirped and wanted to follow Lei Xingfeng, but it did not know that Lei Xingfeng could not have any flaws now. And it was not suitable to bring a black bird with him in the Ming-Zhe Alliance headquarters. It only took half a day, so Lei Xingfeng did not arouse anyone's suspicion. The next day, Lei Xingfeng went to the Restriction Hall's database again. When Agua saw Lei Xingfeng, his legs went soft. This person liked to soak in the database room and often did not eat or drink for a few days. Following him was definitely a hard job, but he could not refuse at all. He had to smile and monitor him all the way. Lei Xingfeng did not say much and directly entered the database room for basic restrictions used by apprentices. He picked up a piece of information, sat on the ground, and began to memorize it silently. All kinds of original records passed down from ancient times gave Lei Xingfeng a lot of inspiration. The records here should have been collected by the Ming-Zhe Alliance. Many of them were related to refining weapons. Lei Xingfeng even found some records that described the structure of seals. Of course, almost no one looked at these things. Apprentice cultivators did not have high cultivation, so of course they could not understand. As for high-level cultivators, they would not even bother to look at it. They would not even come here to collect information. Lei Xingfeng was very excited. He began to pay attention to the information that was covered in a thick layer of dust. This information was often directly helpful to him. Agua couldn't help but feel curious. He had been looking at Xianfeng for half a day, but Xianfeng had only been looking at information that no one cared about. He asked softly, "Master, no one is looking at this information, could it be there's some treasure?" Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh. He said, "If there is really such good information, do you think it would still be here?" Agua shook his head like a rattledrum. He said, This is impossible." Lei Xingfeng said, "Of course it's impossible. The real high-level cultivation technique would definitely not be here. This is just some basic information." Agua did not understand. He said, Then why are you looking at it so seriously?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head slightly and said, "This is what I need." Agua did not dare to continue asking. He retreated to the side and looked at Lei Xingfeng with a head full of confusion. Lei Xingfeng was too lazy to explain to him. In his previous life, he understood the importance of the basics very well. In this world, there was no one to summarize and develop for you. Here, you could only work hard and focus on the basics. This was very beneficial to him. It was also very important to the hidden sect. As long as he could summarize the basic rules, he would have a path to follow in his future cultivation. The information he had now gave him a chance to summarize. Discard the wheat and retain the wheat and summarize the rules. This kind of academic thinking was not something that the people here possessed. Lei Xingfeng suddenly turned around and asked, "Agua, other than this information room, are there any other similar rooms?" Agua hurriedly said, Yes. There are a total of 3 such places. They store the basic information that has been gathered. However, the other 2 are basically unfrequented. The information here is all basic and applicable. As for the other 2, many disciples do not understand it, so very few people go there. Chapter 594. Lei Xingfeng's eyes lit up. There was information on 2 other rooms. This was very important to him. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll go to those 2 rooms after we're done here." Agua wailed in his heart. After a while, he nodded silently. He had no choice. If His Excellency wanted to go, how could he refuse? Lei Xingfeng ignored Agua for now. He flipped through the records one by one. He even saw the original star python record. The star python's scales weren't specially treated. A single piece was 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and 3 fingers thick. The surface was rough, but the words and images on it were incomparably ancient. Lei Xingfeng was fascinated by some of the concepts and gave him great inspiration. These records described the cultivator's seal as the driving force of the entire cultivator. According to Lei Xingfeng's understanding, the cultivator's seal was the engine. As long as there was enough energy, the engine could bring great power. And every advancement was equivalent to changing the engine, replacing the original with a more powerful engine. This was indeed the case. Some concepts were gradually formed after Lei Xingfeng slowly pondered and absorbed the essence of the records. When he returned to his residence, he busied himself with recording and then went to the database. Just like that, He lived a secluded life. During this period, at Lei Xingfeng's request, Dalabo was transferred to the headquarters of the Ming-Zhe alliance to serve as Lei Xingfeng's guard. The other spot was given to Ku Qi and Bo Yi. The two of them invited a guy from the supervisory team. This guy was a good friend of Ku Qi and Bo Yi. He was a very resourceful guy called Dabobo. When Lei Xingfeng heard this name for the first time, he was stunned for a long time. Dabobo looked very young. He was very famous in the supervisory team. He was a very powerful Dao Lord ancestor. His attack power was super strong. He was of the fire attribute but had a bit of the wood attribute, so his fire was even more powerful. As for the other guards, Lei Xingfeng didn't care too much. These 4 people were experts that he needed to win over. For half a year, Lei Xingfeng rarely returned to the Mirror Realm. He spent most of his time in the database. During this time, his knowledge of restrictions improved by leaps and bounds. His cultivation level did not increase, but his understanding of restrictions and cultivation had greatly improved. In half a year, Lei Xingfeng had begun to look at the information room that only advanced restriction masters could enter. The information here was quite rich, which made him sigh with emotion. After all, this was a super force, and its foundation was not something a secret sect could compare with. The difference between the two was too great. On this day, Lei Xingfeng rushed home with a head full of information. He hid in his room and took out the Star Python record to record. This was only the first step. He had to memorize and then organize. He was already very familiar with this process. While he was busy, someone knocked on the door. Lei Xingfeng quickly put away the Star Python record and said, "Who?" "I'm Kutch, a phone. Old Hai is here." Lei Xingfeng stood up and opened the door. He walked out and said, "Why is Lord Hai here?" Kutch said, "I don't know. Seems like something happened." Lei Xingfeng came to the hall that was specially used to receive guests. He saw Hai Yuanlang sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. He hurriedly went up and said, "Old Hai, I'm sorry. I've been busy recently and didn't visit you." "Haha." Hai Yuanlang said, "Haha my ass. If I don't come, you'll ignore this old man?" Lei Xingfeng felt strange. When did he become so close to you? However, he did not dare to talk back. He hurriedly said, "Old Hai, it's my fault. It's my fault. Haha." Kutch almost laughed out loud. "Haha, is he asking for a scolding?" Hai Yuanlang did not continue to scold him. He said, "There's a mission. Do you want to take it?" Lei Xingfeng said carefully, "What mission? Can you tell me?" Hai Yuanlang said, "I'll take both missions. However, I suggest that you be my assistant. Are you interested in going together? Let me remind you that in the restriction hall, you need to complete a certain number of missions to get the right to exchange materials." Lei Xingfeng wanted to put it into practice. Of course, he would not refuse this opportunity. It was very good and suitable to use the materials of the Ming-Zhe League to test his idea. "Okay, I'll go. However, Old Hai, you have to tell me which 2 missions are." Seeing Lei Xingfeng agree, Hai Yuanlang was immediately happy. He said, "One is complicated, one is simple, and one has a high reward. The other one is ordinary and has no reward. However, it can be a mission that you must complete this year." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "What's the simple mission?" Hai Yuanlang said, "This mission was issued to us by the Medicine Refinery Hall. It's to set up a restriction outside a cultivation garden. The reason why this mission is simple is that we only need to complete a part of it. Because it's too big, it needs a lot of restriction masters to complete it. It needs about 100 restriction masters." The words cultivation garden immediately attracted Lei Xingfeng's attention. He said, "What kind of cultivation garden is it? Why do they need so many restriction masters?" Hai Yuanlang said, "This is a wild botanical garden that produces a lot of spirit herbs. It's directly under the Medicine Refinery Hall. Part of it is a natural botanical garden, while the other part is used to cultivate spirit herbs. Therefore, it needs to be surrounded by a large restriction to prevent animals and wild beasts from invading. It also needs to prevent cultivators from entering. Because there are a lot of restriction masters going there, the overall design will be arranged by the restriction masters. We just need to implant the design of the restriction structure. This is a very simple mission. Lei Xingfeng said, "What's the complicated mission?" Hai Yuanlang smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. We need to complete the simple mission first. When we're done, I'll take you to the next mission location." Lei Xingfeng looked at this old man helplessly. He did not expect that this old man liked to keep him in suspense. He divided a sentence into 3 parts and left him to guess. After thinking about it, he let it go. Anyway, with him leading the way, who cares about the mission? When the time comes, he would just be an assistant and would not have to worry about a lot of things. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "When do we leave?" Hai Yuanlang smiled and said, "Immediately. Now." Lei Xingfeng bitterly smiled and said, "Okay, Kutcher, call De Bobo, Bo-E, and De Lai Ba. We'll leave." Kutcher walked to the door and whistled. The other 3 came out of the room. De Bobo asked Kutcher, "What's up?" Bo-E said, "There's a mission." De Lai Ba asked curiously, "How do you know?" Bo-E was a man of few words. He looked at De Lai Ba and said, "Guess." He meant that he guessed. The group walked into the room. Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone, get ready. We'll leave immediately." Kutch and the other 3 didn't ask where they were going. They were guards, so wherever Xian Feng went, they had to follow. There was no room for negotiation. Even if they were Dao monarch ancestors, they could be considered overlords in any sect on the continent. Following Hai Yuanlang out of the room, Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Is the cultivation garden in the Mingzi continent?" Hai Yuanlang looked at Lei Xingfeng strangely and said, "How is that possible? If it's in the Mingzi continent, we wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Let's go." The cultivation garden is in the outer continent. It's one of the bases of the medicine refinery hall. It's a paradise for plants and a holy land for wood element cultivators. With these words, Xian Feng was overjoyed. His little sister was a wood attributed practitioner and had never found a suitable place for her to train. If it really was a sacred place for wood attributed practitioners, as long as he went there once, he would be able to bring his little sister there in the future, and any restrictions would be of no use. Hai Yuanlang returned to the restriction hall with a large group of people. Lei Xingfeng took a look. There were about 100 people, including the 5 of them. From the restriction hall's secret door, they went directly to the continent where the cultivation garden was. Coming out of the secret door, a gust of fresh air hit their faces. In the deep blue sky, there were a few wisps of white clouds. The trees on the ground were like emeralds. They were so green that it seemed like water was about to drip out. From time to time, flocks of birds would fly up and down in the forest. The undulating mountain range was like a layer of emerald carpet. There were countless ancient trees. It was unknown how long they had been growing. This was indeed a holy land for wood element cultivators. Many of the trees in sight were rare ancient trees. With Lei Xingfeng's knowledge and eyesight, he could see many precious trees at a glance. He was immediately envious. Hai Yuanlang reminded, "Take note. You are not allowed to cut down any trees here. If you want any good wood, you can exchange it with someone from the medicine refinery hall. However, you are not allowed to cut it down yourself. I don't want to offend those old monsters from the medicine refinery hall." Everyone agreed. The restriction main hall and the medicine refining main hall were parallel unit. Both of them had similar statuses. Although they were cultivators with a support-type nature, their statuses were indeed very high. There were also many collaborations between them. In the Mingzi Alliance, the status of the 2 main halls was even higher than the combat unit. Hai Yuanlang said, "All right, follow me." He flew up. The group of people flew along the treetop. Lei Xingfeng was at the back. His eyes flickered with a silver light as he quietly observed this unfamiliar land. There were flashing lights everywhere. This was definitely a treasure land. He didn't expect there to be so many spirit grasses and spirit medicines. There were also large amounts of herbs. He was a knowledgeable person. Although he wasn't as good as Xian Yao, his eyesight was much better than normal cultivators. In this short journey, he found countless good things, making his heart itch unbearably. After flying for about half a day, under Hai Yuanlong's lead, everyone landed. This was a well-built camp. It was obvious that it was already a bit old. It was all tree houses. If one didn't know the exact location, they wouldn't know that there was a camp in this forest. From the treetops, they couldn't see the tree houses on the ancient trees. An old woman sat on a platform made of wooden planks. Seeing Hai Yuanlang, she said, "Old Hai, why did you come this time?" Hai Yuanlang laughed. "Linda Saw, why are you on duty today?" He turned his head and said to Lei Xingfeng, "Come, meet Linda Saw, she is a medicine refinery master." Chapter 595. Lei Xingfeng stepped forward and saluted. "Hello, Sister Lin, I am Lei Xingfeng." Sister Lin was also a monarch of heaven. She smiled. "You don't look familiar. Little brother, did you just come?" It seemed that she was very familiar with the people in the restriction hall. Hai Yuanlang said, "That's right. I just entered the restriction hall not long ago. I am very talented in restriction. I was determined to be a senior restriction master at the beginning of the test. I have a bright future." Eldest sister-in-law Lin smiled and said, "It's very good. The restriction this time was designed by Sir Luobu. It's a grand design that has never been done before. Our alchemy hall has sent a lot of people to assist. This time, I'm here to assist you. You have to help us set it up properly." Hai Yuanlang smiled. "No problem. I have no problem. I will do my best." Sister Lin said, "Don't worry. Although there is no reward for setting up the restriction this time, our pharmacy hall will privately give a reward to the main restriction master." Hai Yuanlang said, "Oh? What is the reward?" Lei Xingfeng immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Sister Lin said, "What else can our pharmacy hall give out? It must be medicine. We can't give out anything else." Xian Feng wasn't interested after hearing it. His little sister could already concoct many kinds of medicine, even high-level ones. As long as she had the right materials, she would be able to concoct them. Of course, Lei Xingyao was still unable to refine senior-level medicine. Limited by her cultivation and knowledge, she could only refine senior-level medicine. This was already very amazing. All the medicine in the secret sect was provided by Lei Xingyao. This was because all the spirit grass and spirit medicine in the secret sect were given to her. With a large amount of resources piled on one person, no matter how stupid she was, she could still succeed. Moreover, Lei Xingyao was not stupid at all. She was very smart. Hai Yuanlang said, "When do we start?" Sister Lin said, "Very soon. You should rest first. The restriction design will be sent over tonight. We should be able to start tomorrow." Hai Yuanlang nodded and said, "All right, then let's go rest first. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Eldest sister-in-law Lin called over a group of disciples. They were all 15 or 16 years old girls. The wood attribute was generally female. In the medicine refinery hall, it was dominated by women. Whether it was the highest level or the apprentices these girls had just started cultivating, they were temporarily transferred here to be responsible for receiving the restriction masters of the restriction hall. Of course, this kind of reception was to serve water and food. These girls were very well protected. Lei Xingfeng was an advanced restriction master, so he had a treehouse. This treehouse was a wooden house built on an ancient tree. With the help of the hole in the ancient tree, it could become a very good residence. The platform outside was also very big, and was hidden in the dense branches and leaves. Because it was in the upper half of the ancient tree, there was a gentle breeze here, and it was very comfortable. Lei Xingfeng said, "Wait for me here. I'll go for a walk in the forest." De Bobo said, "Let's just follow." Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and said, "Are you afraid that I will get lost?" "No need, I'll be back in a while." Then he jumped down the tree. De Bobo hesitated and said, "Kutcher, what should we do?" Kutcher looked around and said, "This is the exclusive continent of the medicine refinery hall. Others can't come in. It's okay, let's wait here." Lei Xingfeng strolled and walked into the depths of the forest. This fellow was about to drool. There were all kinds of spirit grasses and spirit medicines all over the ground. He couldn't imagine how many good things there would be in a cultivation garden that was really set up with restrictions. If his little sister came, she would definitely be very excited. Lei Xingfeng resisted the urge to pick them. He just observed and looked at the density of the spirit herbs and the types of herbs. He found that this was really a treasure trove of plants. He didn't know how the Mingzhe League found such a continent. This continent alone was enough to supply the entire alliance with refining materials. Not long after, a few cultivators appeared. One of them said, "Are you a new restriction master?" Lei Xingfeng stood and said, "Yes, I am." The cultivator said, "There are rules here. You can't destroy the forest on a large scale, especially the ancient trees." Lei Xingfeng said, "If I want to pick some herbs, can I?" A cultivator on the side couldn't help but laugh. He said, "You know the herbs here? Haha, if you want to pick them, there's no problem. Just don't destroy them." Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. He said, "I can really pick them. I'm still hesitating." "Haha, thank you." A cultivator said, "Sir, you're a restriction master, not an alchemist. What do you need these herbs for?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "I also know some simple alchemy. I try to make some when I'm free. Of course, I need herbs." He wasn't talking nonsense. In terms of alchemy, he had put in some effort and made some elementary potions. Unfortunately, his attributes were not suitable for alchemy. No matter how hard he worked, he couldn't make intermediate potions. That was why he gave up completely. However, some of the knowledge he learned was still there. He also knew a lot of herbs and spiritual herbs. The cultivators looked at each other. He was a restriction master. How could he make potions? This was too exaggerated. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Are you guys guarding here?" The cultivators laughed. One of them said, "This is a camp. Of course, there's someone guarding it." Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood. He thought to himself, if the whole continent had such strict protection, it would be too exaggerated. He said, "Yes, I'm just taking a walk. I'll be back to the camp soon." Since there was no restriction on digging herbs, he was not in a hurry. He walked around and returned to the treehouse he lived in. This place was not suitable for marking the entry coordinate. Lei Xingfeng planned to mark the coordinates when he set up the restriction. This way, he could come through the mirror realm. The next morning, Hai Yuanlang left with his team. It was about an hour away from the cultivation garden. Lei Xingfeng noticed that the cultivation garden was located in a mountainous area. According to the restriction circle setup, Lei Xingfeng found that this restriction circle was extremely huge. It covered an area of several thousand square kilometers. No wonder so many restriction masters were needed to set it up. Just Hai Yuanlang's team was responsible for the construction of a restriction circle that was dozens of kilometers long. This task was not simple at all. Some of the areas were quite complicated. Moreover, the restriction circle set up this time was a compound restriction. It required precise vision and accurate location. The area assigned to Hai Yuanlang was quite complicated. Lei Xingfeng was also responsible for the layout of this restriction circle. It was about 10 kilometers long. All the components were ready-made. The restriction master's job was to put the components into the ground one by one according to the Star Python record. This task was very simple. However, it was not easy to meet the requirement. Ordinary restriction masters might not be able to do it. Lei Xingfeng did not ask for an assistant. He only brought 4 guards. He was given a time limit of 20 days to complete the task. In other words, after 20 days, someone would come to check. If it was completed, then the task would be completed. If it was redone, then it would be a waste of time. This required a high-level restriction master. The team Hai Yuanlang brought was at least intermediate-level restriction masters. This task should not be a problem to complete. After handing over the task, receiving a large number of restriction components and a general design map, Hai Yuanlang left with the others. There was a temporary wooden house here. It was the place where Lei Xingfeng's team of 5 lived. As for food, they had to take care of it themselves. This was not a difficult task for cultivators. Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone, help me record the surrounding terrain. Then gather it here. I will go in and take a look." Ku Chi said, "No problem. We can do this." The 4 of them divided the work, and each chose a location to record. They had to record all the features of the terrain within 10 kilometers. This was a terrain that was more than 10 kilometers long and nearly 2 kilometers wide. This task alone would take them 2 days to complete. These 2 days were the time that Lei Xingfeng gave himself to explore. He wanted to understand why the Mingzhe League would use this place as a cultivation garden and spend so much money to make and set up a compound restriction formation. Since he was here, this was a great opportunity for Lei Xingfeng. After the 4 of them left to check and record the terrain, there were only 2 days left. Xianfeng had to make the most of it. Standing on the cliff and looking around, Lei Xingfeng's eyes emitted a long silver light. This time, he poured all the lightning into his eyes. He wanted to see how good the resources here were. As his cultivation increased, he rarely used his full strength to look. This time, he did not care. With just one glance, Xianfeng was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine where else could there be so many spiritual grasses and herbs. That light was so strong and dazzling that it seemed to have connected into a single piece. He immediately understood that there must be spiritual objects here, or else there wouldn't be such a strong light. His heart began to beat wildly. This was an opportunity to sneak in. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to pick them now. How much could he pick? Lei Xingfeng wiped his tears and jumped down the cliff. He even saw a few rare spirit herbs on the cliff. He fell down the cliff. There was a narrow crack in the rock, and the sound of water came from below. If it wasn't for the sound of water, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't have known that there was a crack in the rock. He went down the crack and saw a winding passage with a stream at the bottom. Lei Xingfeng nodded with satisfaction. This was a good coordinate. In an instant, Lei Xingfeng returned to the Mirror Realm. Chapter 596. After Lei Xingfeng returned to the Mirror Realm, he immediately returned. After confirming that there was no problem in entering the Mirror Realm, Lei Xingfeng relaxed and immediately began to lay down a restriction. This was an extremely small illusory restriction. It would make it impossible for people to see the crack, and it would also cover up the sound of flowing water. Because it was placed in a crack, even a restriction grandmaster wouldn't be able to see through it. This was because it was too remote. After quickly laying down the illusory restriction, Lei Xingfeng quickly dug out a small cave. It was only 3 square meters, enough for 3 to 5 people to stand. Then he came out of the crack and quickly flew to the cliff before returning to his temporary residence. Right now, he couldn't reveal any flaws. With Lei Xingfeng's wisdom, he knew that in such an important place, without the protection of a restriction, there would be a lot of cultivators on guard. If he randomly dug here and was targeted, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if there were frequent robberies in the future, they would suspect him. He wouldn't leave behind any flaws that could be used against him. 2 days later, Kutch and the others returned. After all, they were Tao Lord ancestors, so they had a lot of experience in recording the terrain. After all, battles were also based on observing the terrain. Lei Xingfeng quickly compiled the maps that the four had collected and formed a topographic map of the area where the restriction was to be placed. After carefully analyzing it and comparing it with the restriction map that was given to him, Lei Xingfeng soon had an idea. According to the analysis of the restriction map, this was a compound restriction that combined defense, warning, blocking, and killing formations. It was quite complicated. However, the restriction he was going to set up was relatively easy. The real difficulty was to set up the restriction hub. He didn't need to worry about that. Only the section he was going to set up had detailed instructions. He didn't know how to set up the other sections. For example, when building a house, he was only responsible for the kitchen. He only knew what the other places were, such as the living room and the rooms. He didn't need to know how to make them. This was also to prevent restriction masters from tampering with them. Xian Feng started to set up the restrictions obediently. To him, other than spending a bit of time, these kinds of restrictions were easy to set up. One by one, he placed the restrictions into the ground. Because he had a pair of incomparable eyes, he only spent 11 days to complete the task. He then spent another day to check and compare it with the diagram recorded by the star python. After confirming that there were no problems, he returned to his small house to rest. The four guards took turns to check every day to prevent people from entering. On the 20th day, Hai Yuanlang and a large group of people came to check. Hai Yuanlang asked, Feng, how is it? Is there enough time? Xian Feng nodded. It's enough, it's done, we're just waiting for you to inspect it. Hai Yuanlang said, very good. He turned to an old man beside him and said, Master Qing, please. This old man had a kind face. He was the restriction master of the restriction master hall. His name was Qin Yan. This compound restriction was designed and placed by him. He said, this is the little guy you told me about last time, Lei Xingfeng? Hai Yuanlang said, yes, Master Qing. I tested him myself. His strength is quite good, and his understanding of restrictions is very high. Qin Yan sized up Lei Xingfeng and nodded. He said, let's see how he's doing. A large group of people followed Qin Yan and Hai Yuanlang to the place where the restriction was placed. Lei Xingfeng led the way in front. Many people in this group were wearing the same clothes as Lei Xingfeng. This showed that they were all high-level restriction masters. There were quite a few of them. They were probably the main force of this restriction. Qin Yan walked to the restriction zone and took out a small round object. He stuck a long and thin metal stick into the ground and gently placed the disc on top of it. Lei Xingfeng suddenly realized that this was probably the testing disc. It could detect the unactivated restriction component. He wondered if he should make something like this. Suddenly, the disc lit up and then a picture appeared. It was formed by light dots, and the position of the buried restriction components could be clearly seen. The most important thing was that the disc would set a picture and then compare it with the buried restriction component. If there was a mistake, one could see it immediately. What made Lei Xingfeng feel relieved was that the buried restriction components matched perfectly with the picture of light spots. It was as if they were buried according to the preset location. It was very accurate. Qin Yan and the other restriction masters were very surprised. This was unbelievable. Unless Lei Xingfeng had the same testing disk and set the restriction diagram in advance, how could he bury the components so accurately? Because the picture formed by the light was so clear, all the restriction masters present exclaimed. Qin Yan turned around and looked at Lei Xingfeng. He praised, perfect structure. Very good. Hai Yuanlang smiled and said, Master Qin Yan, Feng should pass this time, right? Qin Yan said, you don't have to say it. I'll call you Feng too. You completed it perfectly. Of course you passed. With this result, you've gained your own position in the restriction center. You've also gained my recognition. The surrounding restriction masters were envious. Gaining the recognition of a restriction grandmaster represented the strength of a restriction master. Lei Xingfeng put on a humble appearance and said, "Thank you for your praise, Master Qin Yan. I'll work hard." Qin Yan was very satisfied and said, "This is the one I'm most satisfied with. You have to be careful. If you only complete it, it's far from enough." The group of restriction masters agreed in unison. Lei Xingfeng thought, "Good guy, isn't this just drawing hatred?" Hai Yuanlang smiled and said, "This is a compound large-scale restriction after all. Not everyone can control it." Qin Yan said, "This is a mission from the Alchemy Center. The rewards won't be very generous. But don't think that you won't do your best because there are no benefits. This is related to your future. In addition, the Alchemy Center will provide some rewards. These rewards aren't necessary. I'll give them out. If anyone doesn't do their best, the rewards will be cancelled." Everyone shivered. Actually, there were a few restriction masters who were fooling around, but they were all punished by Qin Yan. Moreover, the punishment was quite heavy. One of the high-level restriction masters was directly demoted to mid-level restriction master. His restriction components weren't even as good as a mid-level restriction master's. Senior restriction master was a very lucrative profession. If they went to other continents and set up restrictions for those sects, not only would they receive a large amount of money, but they could also abuse their power. If they were demoted to an intermediate restriction master, they wouldn't have the qualifications to lead a team to design and set up restrictions. They could only be an assistant, who knew how much less profit they would get. After the inspection, Qin Yan said, "Old Hai, a Feng you brought this time is not bad. Unfortunately, I didn't know his strength. Otherwise, I would have brought him directly. Alright, a Feng has completed this mission. I give you the best evaluation." Hai Yuanlang said, "A Feng, your mission is complete. Come with us. You don't have to stay here anymore." Lei Xingfeng had already planted a nail. It would be very easy for him to come back in the future. Of course, he wouldn't linger. He said, "All right, I'll go with you." Qin Yan led everyone to the next inspection point. There was also a senior restriction master here. He brought more people, about 20. There were 3 restriction masters and a group of experts protecting them. This group of people was eating and drinking in the temporary camp. 2 large tables were filled with all kinds of roasted beast meat. When they saw Qin Yan and the others arrive, they immediately stood up to greet them. Lei Xingfeng smiled and talked to Hai Yuanlang. He said, "This life is very comfortable. There's food and drink." Hai Yuanlang said, "If he did the same job as you, no one would say anything." Qin Yan and the senior restriction master exchanged a few words. Then, they began the inspection. Lei Xingfeng stared at the rising disk. The light spots emitted quickly converged into a diagram. Not to mention Qin Yan and the others, even he could see clearly that his restriction formation wasn't very good. The light spots on the formation and the light spots on the diagram were very different. Lei Xingfeng understood at a glance that this person didn't check carefully at all. He just put the formation into the ground. As for whether it was correct or not, he didn't care. Qin Yan's face was as calm as water. He said indifferently, "This is the restriction formation you arranged?" The senior restriction master's face was suddenly covered in sweat. He didn't do anything this time. He asked the 3 restriction masters to do it. Of course, the restriction masters didn't have good eyesight. Especially for this kind of large formation, it wasn't arranged as a whole. The senior restriction master just casually pointed it out. Of course, it was impossible for him not to do anything. He just confirmed a few points when he did it and didn't care about the rest. He just finished it yesterday and didn't have time to check it. Qin Yan stared at the senior restriction master. Hai Yuanlang and the others stopped talking. They all looked at the senior restriction master with a trace of nervousness. A restriction grandmaster's anger was a very serious matter in the restriction headquarters. The senior restriction master explained, "I was supposed to check it today and make some adjustments. I didn't expect you to come already. It's not time yet." Because the time to check Lei Xingfeng was very short and he didn't make any changes, the time was 2 days earlier. This person's task was also 20 days. Now it was only 18 days. Therefore, he still had a reason to explain. Otherwise, he would be drowned by Qin Yan's anger. Qin Yan squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Very good. Let's see how you're going to fix it in these 2 days. Let's go and have a rest. The senior restriction master shouted at his subordinates as if his butt was on fire. He punched and kicked to drive them to fix the position of the restriction components. Chapter 597. From Lei Xingfeng's perspective, 2 days would be very difficult for him to complete. But if it was this guy, 2 days was more than enough. Hai Yuanlang pulled Lei Xingfeng aside and followed Qin Yan to the side to set up the tent. After resting for 2 days, Qin Yan didn't say anything and just cultivated silently. Lei Xingfeng took the opportunity to get together with Hai Yuanlang and asked him some questions. There were some basic questions that he couldn't understand. This was because he had the memories of his previous life. Those basic knowledge conflicted with the knowledge here, but he couldn't explain it, so it became a cognitive barrier. Hai Yuanlang didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to have so many strange questions. He explained them one by one. If he couldn't answer a question, he would look for other restriction masters. Among them, there were many high-level restriction masters and restriction masters. For this mission, there were 2 restriction masters. The other restriction master was a thin and weak guy. His cultivation was also low, only at the primary true monarch level. But he became a restriction master by virtue of his excellent restriction design. This person's deep knowledge of restrictions made Lei Xingfeng very surprised and respectful. After asking a few questions, he became familiar with this thin and weak restriction master. In the restriction master hall, this person was very famous. Many restriction masters had received his guidance. His name was Di Moreau. Di Moreau attached great importance to Lei Xingfeng's questions because many of them were questions that he had never thought of before. He also admired Lei Xingfeng for this. He knew that only by thinking deeply could he better control restrictions. If he didn't have any ideas, then he would at most be a restriction master. He wouldn't have much of a future. It was like one was a craftsman and the other was an artist. A craftsman could only master a certain skill through proficiency, but an artist was completely different. The 3 of them discussed in full swing in the tent. Time flew by quickly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for the inspection again. Lei Xingfeng said, "This is going to be a good show. 2 days is a bit tight." Di Moreau said, "Ai Qi is too lazy. He has always relied on the influence of his elders to have everything go so smoothly. I'm afraid he's going to hit a snag this time." Ai Qi was that lazy senior prohibition master. Lei Xingfeng understood that in any large organization, there would always be some nepotism. Another thing was whether you had a backer or not. A behemoth like the Ming-Zhe alliance should not be an exception. There would be hedonistic sons everywhere. It seemed that this guy had a family member who held a high position in the Ming-Zhe alliance. It was not surprising that his son would get some benefit. Hai Yuanlang said, "Master Greenrock doesn't care about these things. He has always been an extremely serious person. I think this time, Ai Qi is in trouble." Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go and take a look." The 3 of them followed him to the restricted area. Green rock began to measure again. This time, Lei Xingfeng found that although it was still a bit unreliable, it was much better than the first test. He only needed to make some slight adjustments and it could be considered complete. Ai Qi looked at Qin Yan anxiously. He originally wanted to take advantage of Qin Yan, but he didn't expect Qin Yan to have something on him. These 2 days, he didn't sleep or rest. He led his subordinates to rearrange the seal. This was even more tiring than rearranging it. The seal structure that was put into the ground had to be dug out and rearranged. Green Rock's expression eased a bit. He said, "AI Chi, there are still many places to be modified. What do you think?" AI Chi said with a bitter face, "Master, I will continue to modify. 2 days isn't enough. But this should be considered a pass, right?" If it wasn't a pass, Green Rock would not let him go. He said, "Pass? How can you pass? This is a compound formation. One mistake and the whole formation will have problems. Tell me, how can I pass you?" This was making things difficult for him. Because he was not satisfied at the beginning, he would make things difficult for him now. AI Chi said, "I will modify it. I will modify it." Green Rock said, "I will leave someone to supervise. Listen, if it isn't perfect, don't think about going back. Do it until I am satisfied. Someone has already been disqualified as a senior restriction master. I believe that you don't want to be disqualified as a senior restriction master." AI Chi trembled and said, "Yes, yes, master. I will make it perfect." He didn't dare to talk back. If Green Rock went crazy and disqualified him, the consequences would be serious. It should be known that his family paid a great price to get this senior restriction master. If it was disqualified, he didn't know how the elders would punish him. Actually, Green Rock still had some scruples. After all, he was not a person without root. There were elders in his family in the Mingzi League. He didn't want to offend them too much. He said, "Afeng, you stay here. If AI Chi can't finish the task, come back and report." Lei Xingfeng thought he was unlucky. This kind of offending thing fell on his head. However, he was not qualified to resist now. He nodded and said, "Okay, I will supervise." Green Rock said again, "AI Chi, I will give you 2 days. If you can't finish it, don't play anymore." AI Chi nodded and said, "Yes, yes, master. No problem." Hai Yuanlang whispered to Lei Xingfeng, "I will come to you in a few days. There is still one task left." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Old Hai, no problem. I will wait for you." Green Rock and others left quickly. AI Chi looked at them and wailed, "Damn it. Who did I offend? So annoying. Perfect? Damn it." "What do you mean by perfect? You really don't want me to live?" A group of people comforted him. AI Chi walked in circles on the ground and couldn't do anything for a long time. Perfect? How could it be possible? His knowledge of restriction was only slightly higher than the intermediate level. He was still some distance away from the advanced level. If it weren't for the help of others, he wouldn't have been able to get the advanced level title. Now, he was completely at a loss. Lei Xingfeng and the 4 guards stood on the side and watched coldly. He was only supervising and didn't need to do anything himself. AI Chi walked around for a long time. Suddenly, he saw Lei Xingfeng standing on the side. It should be known that Lei Xingfeng was wearing the advanced level restriction master uniform. AI Chi's eyes suddenly brightened. He rushed to him directly and said, Brother, are you new here? I have never seen you before." Lei Xingfeng almost laughed out loud. This kid finally understood. It seemed that he was asking for help. He said, "Yes, that's right. I am new here. This is my first task." To tell the truth, he didn't need to hide anything. AI Chi seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. He said, "Brother, help me. Brother, have you finished your task? Since you are here, why don't you help me finish it?" Lei Xingfeng held back his laughter and said, "Well, I am only supervising. Master Qin Yan didn't ask me to help. Are you sure you want me to help?" If he helped, this matter would be reported to Qin Yan. This way, AI Chi's task would be completed by Lei Xingfeng. He wouldn't get anything and would be punished by Qin Yan. AI Chi was suddenly speechless. After a while, this guy stuck to him and said, "Brother, you can help me in private. How about it? I will pay you." Lei Xingfeng immediately smiled and said, "Oh, what is it? Let's see what this guy can take out." In fact, he didn't want to offend this guy at all. His family was in the upper level of the Mingzi League. It was unwise to offend such a person. especially since he was like a mole. As a spy, he didn't want to make enemies everywhere. Ai Chi pulled Lei Xingfeng and said, "Come, come. Let's talk while we eat. Damn it, these 2 days I almost died of exhaustion." Lei Xingfeng felt a little familiar. This guy gave him a good impression. He said, "Okay, I am hungry too." Ai Chi shouted, "Quick, set the table, set the table." "Brother, I don't want to hide it from you. I just like to eat. The stranger the food, the more I like it. Please sit, sit." With this sentence, Lei Xingfeng had already agreed to help in his heart. He was also a foodie. Recently, he didn't even remember to eat and drink. He was so busy that he almost fainted. Suddenly, a guy said that he liked to eat. This made him feel very satisfied. A large table of dishes was quickly placed. This guy actually had a person in charge. A heaven monarch chef. Ai Chi was only a mid-level true monarch. He had 8 Dao monarch patriarchs guarding him, double the number of people allowed. It was probably arranged by his elders. All kinds of dishes were served. However, in Lei Xingfeng's eyes, they were really simple. Most of them were barbecued or cooked. Ai Chi said, "I like to eat meat, so I collected all kinds of meat. Brother, try it. This is barbecued meat that I hunted from other continents. It is very delicious." Lei Xingfeng tried a bite. It was soft and juicy, tender and fragrant. It was indeed very delicious. He praised, "Good stuff, delicious." Ai Chi's face was full of smiles. He was very happy to be able to get Lei Xingfeng's approval. Lei Xingfeng didn't say much. He just buried his head and ate. Although it was all meat, he had to admit that this guy cooked very well. It was very refreshing to eat. In addition, he was also hungry, so he had the heart to leave him out for a while. The meal lasted for more than an hour. Ai Chi couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Brother, how is it? Have you agreed to help?" Lei Xingfeng looked at him with a smile. Ai Chi slapped his head and said, "Look at me. I get confused when I'm busy. This is for you." As he spoke, he took out a jade box and handed it to Lei Xingfeng. This jade box was octagonal. It was like a low octagonal pillar. Lei Xingfeng looked at the jade box and said, "What is it?" Ai Chi said, "Red silk flame. This is a treasure." He looked at Lei Xingfeng proudly and thought, "Can't I settle you with this?" Chapter 598. Lei Xingfeng was shocked. He had recently studied a lot of information, and with his previous accumulation, he was very sensitive to materials. The red silk flame was a type of mystical flame used in restriction hubs. It was even more precious than the big thunder crystal and could be compared to some spiritual object. He never thought that Ai Chi would take out such a treasure. Was this guy so rich? The octagonal jade pillar-shaped box had a large number of small restrictions on it. Lei Xingfeng carefully observed it and reached out his hand. His fingertip instantly shot out a bolt of lightning. It was as thin as a matchstick. With a slight crackling sound, the restriction on the jade box was completely unlocked. Ai Chi was shocked. Who was this person? The restriction on this jade box was not arranged by him, but by a restriction grandmaster. Even he would need to spend a few minutes to undo the restriction, but it was actually unlocked by Lei Xingfeng with a single finger. This person's strength was very powerful. He gave this jade box to Lei Xingfeng as a test. If one's level was not high, it would be impossible to undo the restriction on the jade box. If Lei Xingfeng could not undo the restriction on the jade box, Ai Chi would immediately turn hostile. If he could not help, he would not bother. Ai Chi applauded and said, "Awesome! You unlocked the restriction with a single finger." He was not an ignorant person. He still had a discerning eye. Just from Lei Xingfeng's method of unlocking the restriction, this person was not a person who was just there to make up the numbers. He was worthy of being friends with. Lei Xingfeng carefully opened the lid of the jade box. The jade box was still heavily restricted. There was a wisp of flame in the middle of the jade box. It was like a red silk ribbon. That flame slowly fluttered in the jade box. It was very beautiful. Because of the restriction, there was no feeling of heat. However, Lei Xingfeng knew that the temperature of this red silk flame was very high. If it was not for the restriction, this jade box would not be able to withstand the heat of the red silk flame. This was an excellent treasure for making fire restriction. If a fire restriction had the red silk flame at its core, its power would increase by 100 times. This thing was too precious. Lei Xingfeng pushed the jade box back and said, "It's too precious. I can't accept it." Ai Chi's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Lei Xingfeng in his heart and laughed. "Brother, don't make things difficult for me. I can't take out anything suitable. This is the only treasure I have. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to ask for your help. Take it. Brother, you must accept it." Actually, Ai Chi had many similar treasures. They were all given to him by his elders. As he was a lazy bum, he would not take the initiative to take on a mission if it was not forced by the Prohibition Main Hall. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he had always lived in the Ming-Zhe Alliance. If he could not go out, he would not go out. According to Lei Xingfeng's concept in his previous life, this person was an otaku. He could not wait to stay at home every day. No matter how precious the materials were, they would be wasted in his hands. Lei Xingfeng only slightly declined before putting it away. This thing could only be found by chance, and he wasn't stupid enough to refuse it. He said, "All right, since it's like this, I'll fix the restriction again." Ai Chi thanked him profusely and said, "My people are at your disposal." Lei Xingfeng said, "It's very simple. Dig out the restriction components buried in the ground." Ai Chi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and said, "No problem, no problem. But if we dig them all out, it might be too late, right?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Has everyone eaten? If you're done, follow me." Ai Chi hurriedly stood up and said, "All right, everyone listen to my brother. Let's go together." He called him brother and was very affectionate. Those who did not know would think that they had known each other for a long time. Who knew that they had only known each other for a few hours. The group quickly flew to the restriction area. Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone spread out and dig. After you're done, wait for me here." In the previous test, Lei Xingfeng had already memorized the restriction in this area. His understanding of restriction was not from the restriction itself, but from the theory. Then it was very simple to look at the restriction. Ai Chi took the initiative to dig out a restriction component and handed it to Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng simply looked at the terrain, and then he put the restriction component into the ground. It was less than half a meter away from the original restriction component. One restriction component after another was dug out, and then Lei Xingfeng put it into the ground again. The speed was very fast. Lei Xingfeng was very relaxed as he walked and rearranged the restriction. He almost didn't need to measure, and didn't use any tools. He just put it into the ground casually. Ai Chi's eyelids twitched. Wasn't this thing too easy? It wasn't like this when he did it in the beginning. In a day and a half, including the night, Lei Xingfeng rearranged the entire restriction. They were all fine-tuned. Some restriction components were placed just a few centimeters away from their original positions. This was the meaning of the saying, "A millimeter difference could lead to a loss of 1,000 miles." Especially for this kind of large-scale compound restriction formation, if the error was too big, it would affect the operation of the entire formation. Ai Chi only moved a little at the beginning, which proved that he was taking action. After that, he didn't pay attention to it anymore. He was busy serving tea and water, and eagerly followed Lei Xingfeng. After all the modifications were completed, Ai Chi breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still nervous because he saw that Lei Xingfeng's arrangement was too casual. But now he was asking for help, so he didn't dare to question it. He could only wait for Master Qin Yan to inspect. On the evening of the second day, Qin Yan brought a large group of people over. In these 2 days, he inspected a few more areas. Ai Qi stole a glance at Qing Yan's expression. Qing Yan's expression wasn't good. There were probably many areas that didn't pass the inspection. Qing Yan said, Ai Qi, how's the modification? Ai Qi smiled apologetically. Master, I did my best. I was cautious and conscientious. I didn't dare to make any mistakes. Don't worry, if I don't pass this time, you can kill me. He was talking big, but his heart was in turmoil. He didn't know if he would pass or not. Qing Yan stared at him. Just this stare made Ai Qi break out in a cold sweat. Hai Yuanlang walked to Lei Xingfeng's side and whispered, How is it? Lei Xingfeng said, There shouldn't be any problems. Qing Yan came to the testing area and raised the disc. He was surprised to find that this time, it wasn't just a pass, but a perfect one. He doubtfully checked again because he knew that Ai Qi's level was definitely not that high. Ai Qi's level wasn't high enough, but it didn't mean that his eyesight wasn't good enough. With just one look, he knew that this time, he definitely passed. Perfect. It was actually a perfect completion. Qing Yan said indifferently, Ai Qi, did you arrange this? Ai Qi swore an oath and firmly admitted that he was the one who had set it up. Qing Yan nodded. He didn't really want to make things difficult for Ai Qi. Was it fun to find an enemy? There were some things that you had to turn a blind eye to. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to live. He said, Well, since you arranged it again, you've completed this mission. Ai Qi still wanted to fight. He whispered, Master, did I complete the mission perfectly? Qing Yan stared at him and said, What did you say? Ai Qi immediately deflated. He said, Ha, Master, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything, ha. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but want to laugh. He knew that Qing Yan was merciful. It was obvious that this restriction wasn't arranged by Ai Qi. Everyone also knew that it was Lei Xingfeng who did it, but no one was stupid enough to say it out loud. It would be too offensive. Qing Yan waved his hand and said, All right, let's leave here together. We'll go to the next testing area. As the testing area increased, so did the number of people. In the end, there were thousands of people in the team. Lei Xingfeng knew many people here. Ai Qi had his own small circle. They were all like him, with family members in the upper echelons of the Mingzhe Alliance. They were a group of rich kids. However, these rich kids were different from the rich and officials in Lei Xingfeng's previous life. After all, they had to have some real talent. Otherwise, if they were an ordinary person, no matter how powerful their family was, it would be useless. If they didn't live up to expectations, their family wouldn't seriously nurture them. Lei Xingfeng was always by Hai Yuanlong's side. When they were resting, he would ask Qing Yan some questions. He was very humble, so Qing Yan had a good impression of him. Lei Xingfeng was very careful here. This was where he made connections. He was usually generous and would often ask questions. Everyone had a vanity of being recognized. Lei Xingfeng took advantage of this. Not only could he learn a lot, but he could also get closer to other restriction masters. Why wouldn't he do this? When it was time to check the last section of restriction, Lei Xingfeng had already become friends with everyone. As a conscientious person, he had to do this. His life in the Mingzhe Alliance would be much easier in the future. Moreover, he also obtained a lot of information about the Mingzhe Alliance from these people. He would carefully record this information when he was resting at night. It wasn't until now that he truly knew that the continent where they fought previously had a name. It was called the Weichong continent. This was because the foreigners there were called the Weichong people. It was very fitting. Ever since Lei Xingfeng left the Weichong continent, he didn't know much about the situation. However, some of Ai Qi's friends knew a lot. When they were chatting, they used it to show off and talked about it unscrupulously. At this time, Lei Xingfeng found out that the Mingzhe Alliance had transferred millions of troops to occupy the Weichong continent. Now, they had occupied more than half of the continent. The number of casualties reached hundreds of thousands of cultivators. However, there were more foreigners. At present, the foreigners had retreated to a few strongholds. If these strongholds were occupied, then the remaining foreigners wouldn't be a concern. They could slowly eliminate them. Hundreds of thousands of casualties. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but be shocked. If the Ming-Zhe alliance hadn't been prepared and wanted to exhaust a portion of their forces, they would have lost at most hundreds of thousands of people. This time, hundreds of thousands of cultivators died. The Ming-Zhe alliance could save a lot of resources in the future. Chapter 599. Ai Qi and the others knew this, but they didn't say it out loud. If one was smart enough, they would definitely be able to understand the meaning behind it. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng had already left the battle. If he had continued, who knew if he would have been able to survive? There were all kinds of situations on the battlefield. Strength wasn't the only thing that could save one's life. Sometimes, luck was more important. Of course, the best way to save one's life was to not go. Lei Xingfeng had been doing well during this period. Wu Yang had disappeared on the battlefield and was presumed dead. There were too many missing people. One missing Wu Yang wouldn't attract any attention. Lei Xingfeng didn't want the patriarch to continue taking risks. Their goal had been achieved. Lei Xingfeng had successfully infiltrated the Ming-Zhe alliance. It would be foolish to let Wu Yang continue to stay in the army. The secret sect only had one Dao Lord Patriarch. If anything happened to him, the entire secret sect wouldn't be able to take it. All the restriction masters and attendants followed Lord Qin Yan into the restriction circle. They stopped at the foot of a mountain. There was a tower and a cluster of buildings here. Lei Xingfeng immediately understood that the restriction hub would be placed here. If it wasn't on the defensive tower, it would be placed in one of the buildings. For a large-scale compound restriction like this, the restriction hub had to be maintained frequently. Once it ran out of energy, it would have to be replaced immediately. Therefore, the restriction hub had to be strictly protected. This restriction hub was placed in the open. This was also how a large restriction was done. Lei Xingfeng stayed in one of the buildings. He didn't rest. He followed Qin Yan, Hai Yuanlang, and the others to see how the restriction hub was placed. In this aspect, the higher-ups of the restriction main hall wouldn't stop him. If he wanted to learn, that was the best attitude. In the restriction main hall, they were afraid that you wouldn't learn. As long as you were willing to learn, any high-level restriction master would welcome you. This made Lei Xingfeng very satisfied. There was no sense of secrecy here. Thinking about it, it made sense. As a colossus like the Ming-Zhe alliance, they were not afraid of people secretly learning from them, nor were they afraid of people with ulterior motive. When their strength reached a certain level, they would already ignore these people and things. This was because no matter what you did, you were nothing in front of a huge force and strength like the Ming-Zhe alliance. This was a large-scale compound restriction that combined illusion, defense, and killing formations. It could prevent people from entering. However, to Lei Xingfeng, this restriction array was useless. He had already left coordinates in the restriction circle and dug a hiding spot. As long as he wanted to enter, he could enter at any time. This was a gift that Lei Xingfeng left for his little sister. At this entrance, one could pick all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines at any time. Of course, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't let his little sister take the risk. As long as he had the chance, he would come and pick them himself. One had to know that he could see all kinds of treasures. His eyes were the guarantee that he would get the treasures. When Qin Yan was setting up the restriction hub, Lei Xingfeng was at the side. He stared at Qin Yan's every move to see how he was setting up the restriction hub. As for Ai Qi and the others, they had already run off. They didn't plan to follow Qin Yan at all. They would only be free and active when they were together. With Lord Qin Yan? What a joke. Wasn't this the awareness of being abused? The restriction hub was rather complicated, Xian Feng noticed that the restriction hub Qin Yan designed was rather clumsy. There was a large gap when the restriction was changing. If it was a skilled person, they would be able to make use of this gap. What caught Xian Feng's attention the most was the energy crystal Qin Yan used. Lei Xingfeng now knew that there were all kinds of crystals in this world. The earliest Yin ring was a kind of crystal. There were also saint crystals, sky crystals, thunder crystals, ice crystals, etc. They were all energy crystals. However, he didn't know what kind of crystal Qin Yan used. When Qin Yan was resting, Lei Xingfeng asked, "Lord Qin Yan, what kind of crystal are you using?" Qin Yan looked at him with a bit of surprise and said, "This is a compound crystal. Its full name is multi-layered ridge Makering crystal. It's made from the combination of several natural crystals. It's called Makering crystal for short. It's a common energy source for us restriction masters. Makering crystals have different qualities. The one I'm using now is a high-level Makering crystal." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said, "I've never seen this kind of crystal before. Makering crystals seem very powerful." Hai Yuanlang said, "Makering crystals are unique to our Ming-Zhe alliance. They can't be found anywhere else. This was invented by a restriction grandmaster from the main hall. Any high-level restriction master can make them. However, this kind of crystal requires a bit of understanding. Otherwise, it's very difficult to succeed." Qin Yan casually took out a page of the Star Python record and said, "Record it yourself. The refining of the Great Ring Crystal isn't a secret. However, those who aren't capable enough shouldn't try it. This thing will explode if it isn't refined properly." Lei Xingfeng hurriedly took the Star Python record and thanked Qin Yan profusely. Qin Yan said, "This is your reward for completing this mission. Are you willing?" Of course he was willing. Xian Feng nodded his head non-stop. What a joke! He didn't care about rewards at all, but if it was this, he would definitely be satisfied. I'm willing, this reward is good enough." Qin Yan let go. Lei Xingfeng took the Star Python record and immediately made a copy. He returned the original to Qin Yan and looked at it carefully. The large ring crystal required 10 materials, among which were a few types of crystals and a few auxiliary materials. The refining process wasn't complicated. The key was the timing of the refining, the quantity and the experience. This was a challenge for many restriction masters. Xian Feng was rather interested in refining things, so after a quick glance, he knew that as long as he was careful, he would definitely be able to refine a large ring crystal. There were 4 types of Makering crystals. The first type was the lowest grade Makering crystal, the second type was the normal Makering crystal, the third type was the high-grade Makering crystal, and the last type was relatively rare and could only be refined occasionally. It was the perfect grade Makering crystal. The materials needed to refine large ring crystals weren't expensive or rare. Xian Feng only needed to take a quick glance to know that the secret door had these materials, and there were quite a few of them. Among them, there were 2 main materials that came from the mining area of Weichong continent. The mining area that they secretly excavated produced a large amount of these materials. At first, Xian Feng didn't know that these things were used here. If he had the chance to return, he would definitely remind Wu Yang and the others to excavate more. Lei Xingfeng said, "Old Hai, do you have any Makering crystals? Let me see." Hai Yuanlang casually took out 4 Makering crystals and said, "These are 4 types of Makering crystals. Take a look. Consider them as a gift from me." At this time, Lei Xingfeng finally had a direct impression. The lowest grade Makering crystal was like a 5-colored jade. It was completely opaque and had a very smooth surface. The ordinary Makering crystal was like a layer of glass. Although it wasn't transparent, it radiated colorful light and was even more beautiful. The high-grade Makering crystal was translucent and emitted a 7-colored brilliance. It was like a polished crystal. After reading the records of the Star Python record, Lei Xingfeng knew that it was formed naturally after refining. It wasn't deliberately polished. It usually appeared in hexagonal or octagonal shape. The perfect grade Mercurine crystal was only the size of a finger. It was completely transparent and emitted a 7-colored brilliance directly from the inside. According to Lei Xingfeng's eyes, this thing was very similar to a cut diamond. The difference was that a diamond wouldn't emit light when there was no light shining on it. However, the perfect grade Mercurine crystal would emit a 7-colored brilliance even in the dark. It was very delicate and very beautiful. Lei Xingfeng held the perfect grade Mercurine crystal and couldn't help but say, "Beautiful! This thing must be very valuable, right?" Qin Yan said, "In the Ming-Zhe alliance, this is a hard currency. It can be exchanged for all kinds of materials." Hai Yuanlang said, "Only a restriction master can refine it. This is because refining this thing requires knowledge of restrictions." Qin Yan said, "I gave you the records of the Star Python record. It contains the refining method. Think about it yourself." This harvest made Lei Xingfeng very satisfied. He didn't expect to gain so much from this trip. About 10 days later, all the restrictive spells were set up. The core of the restrictive spell was also set up. Green Rock planned to start it. This kind of large-scale compound restrictive spell required a certain amount of time to adjust after it was started. It also required a lot of people to test the power of the restrictive spell. However, once it was started, the task of Hai Yuanlang and the others would be completed. Lord Green Rock would continue to stay here, but the others could leave. After the compound formation was activated, Lei Xingfeng was surprised to find that this formation wasn't simple. Although it couldn't compare to the restrictions of the Great Forbidden Land, its power was still quite extraordinary. Through the secret door, Lei Xingfeng followed Hai Yuanlang back to the Ming-Zhe continent. This mission was completed. In addition to Lei Xingfeng's reward for the method to refine large ring crystals, he also received a reward from the Alchemy Hall. 10 high-grade healing potions. Lei Xingfeng casually gave 2 potions to Kutch and the others. This made the 4 fellows smile from ear to ear. There wasn't such good treatment in the supervisor team. Only if you made a great contribution would you be able to receive high-grade potions. This time, they went to the outer continent and didn't do anything, but they received 2 high-grade potions. The 4 were very satisfied. After resting for 2 days, Lei Xingfeng went to Hai Yuanlang's residence. He still had a mission to complete. This time, Hai Yuanlang brought 10 restriction masters. As a restriction master, as long as he was willing, he could receive a lot of missions. Of course, the restriction masters of the Alchemy Hall rarely fought for missions. They had countless ways to earn money, especially materials. There was no concept of money here, and most of them were bartering. However, the Ming-Zhe alliance also had hard currencies that could be exchanged for anything. The Restriction Masters Hall used large ring crystals, and the Alchemy Hall used potions. When Lei Xingfeng saw Hai Yuanlang, he smiled and said, "Old Hai, what mission is this?" Chapter 600. Hai Yuanlang was very satisfied with Lei Xingfeng. During the previous mission, he had received Qin Yan's praise. Hence, he took good care of Lei Xingfeng. Since he was the one who had promoted Lei Xingfeng, he owed him a favor. In the Ming-Zhe alliance, everyone had their own path. If one didn't socialize and only focused on training, one wouldn't have any future in the Ming-Zhe alliance. If one wanted to obtain training resources, one had to be good at socializing and socializing. The more friends one had, the more connections one would have, the more information one would have. Xian Feng was very clear on this point. Since Hai Yuanlang had shown a friendly attitude, of course he would also show his goodwill. Hai Yuanlang said, "This mission is more complicated, much more complicated than the previous one. Because of this restriction, everyone needs to work together. We have to refine the restriction component. There are no ready-made things. Moreover, you have to participate in the design of the restriction." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, What kind of seal is it? There were countless types of seals. From large compound seals to small storage items. There were all kinds of seals in the box. Some seals did not even require refinement of seal components, while others required tens of thousands of seal components. The two were not the same concept. Hai Yuanlang said, Ice-type seal. It's a seal that mainly controls the temperature. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He asked, What's the use of that? Hai Yuanlang said, This was a mission issued by an elder of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. The reward is very generous. He wanted to go to a place, but it was too hot. He needed an ice-type seal to control it. I felt confident and accepted it. An elder of the Ming-Zhe Alliance? Lei Xingfeng was secretly shocked. This was a completely different concept from an elder of a large sect. The elders of the Ming-Zhe Alliance were at least monarch-rank experts. Such experts could not be found anywhere else. They had to rely on a huge organization like the Ming-Zhe Alliance to satisfy their own cultivation need. In this world, once a cultivator reached a high level, the amount of materials they consumed could be said to be massive. Without a huge organization, it was impossible for them to collect enough resources to use. As for an expert who had reached the level of a monarch, the amount of materials they consumed in a year was equivalent to all the resources consumed by a medium-sized sect. Lei Xingfeng was extremely curious. He asked, Is it very hot? Hai Yuanlang said, Forget it, I won't hide it from you. Elders need to rely on the ice element to suppress the high-quality deviant flame. Lei Xingfeng was very familiar with the ice restriction array. Moreover, he had many ice treasures in his possession. In the Ice Palace, Lei Xingfeng had come into contact with ice restriction array and had also learned about it. He said, Okay, I will participate. Hai Yuanlang said, Feng, are you familiar with ice restriction spells? Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, A little familiar. I have learned a little before. Hai Yuanlang sighed and said, Fortunately, I have found many people. There are too few people who know ice restriction spells. I don't ask for much. I only ask for restriction masters who have come into contact with ice restriction spells. Otherwise, there won't be enough people to make restriction component. Lei Xingfeng said, What is the reward for this mission? Hai Yuanlang said, You don't have to worry about the reward. You will be very satisfied. You are not a restriction master trained by the Ming-Zhe Alliance, so you know too little about our Ming-Zhe Alliance. Wait until you get the reward. I believe you will like it. In fact, Lei Xingfeng had gained a lot from the previous mission. Other than obtaining the method to make the Great Ring Crystal, he had also obtained the red silk flame from Ai Chi. Although this strange flame was not very good, it was much better than nothing. This thing was not only a treasure for fire cultivators, it was also an excellent item for restriction masters. When used in the core of a restriction, it was stronger than the energy of a crystal. For example, a fire restriction array could be powered by the Great Ring Crystal. It could even be powered by the Sky Divination Crystal. However, if a strange flame was added, then the restriction would be heaven-defying. It would definitely be many times stronger. This time, a monarch realm ancestor was going to a very hot place to obtain a strange flame. Lei Xingfeng was already extremely curious. He naturally wanted to follow and said, When are we leaving? Hai Yuanlang smiled and said, We are leaving now. However, that continent is a little dangerous. You have to be careful. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, No problem. We will leave now. He didn't bring many people, only 4 Dao Lord Realm ancestors. Hai Yuanlang brought the group to the restriction main hall's teleportation gate. After opening it, they entered. The large group of people filed in and soon arrived at an unfamiliar continent. This location was set long ago. Hai Yuanlang's group appeared in front of a building. Hai Yuanlang said, Let's rest in the camp first. Feng, come with me to see the elder. The two were followed by a few guards. They arrived in front of a 2-story building in the center of the camp. Hai Yuanlang said a few words to the guards at the door. One of the guards quickly ran into the small building. After a while, he ran out and said, "The elder invites everyone in." Hai Yuanlang had his subordinates wait outside the door. Lei Xingfeng also said a few words to Kutch before entering the door with Hai Yuanlang. The living room of the small building was not big, but it was filled with people. There were more than 20 people squeezed in the living room that was less than 30 square meters. There were 3 chairs in the middle. 3 people were sitting while the others were standing below. When Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng walked in, the group of people's eyes fell on them. Lei Xingfeng instantly felt a lot of pressure. The 3 people sitting on the chairs were actually 3 monarch realm ancestors. The ones standing below were all Dao Lord realm ancestors. Even the weakest Dao Lord realm ancestor was a mid-level Dao Lord realm ancestor. It was really scary. The monarch realm ancestor sitting in the middle looked like a middle-aged man. He was dressed casually in a gray robe. His hands were hidden in his sleeve. When he saw Hai Yuanlang walk in, he smiled and said, "Little Hai, you are finally here. Men, bring 2 chairs over. Both of you can sit." Someone took out 2 chairs from the hidden Luan space and placed them below. Hai Yuanlang bowed and said, "Greetings to the 3 elders." After Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng bowed, they were not modest and directly sat down. The people around them did not seem to find it strange. From this point, Lei Xingfeng knew that restriction masters had a very high status in the Ming-Zhe alliance. Among the 3 elders of the Ming-Zhe alliance, the one in the middle was called Feng Yiling. The elder on his left was called Evans. Ai Qi of the restriction hall was related to him. The middle-aged man on the right was called Yu. He had a long horse face and left some impression on Lei Xingfeng. Feng Yiling said, "Little Hai, how much time do you need to set up the restriction?" Hai Yuanlang said, "Elder, I need to go and take a look. I need time to design and find suitable materials to make the restriction component." Feng Yiling said, "That is not a problem. And, do you want to rest before going?" Hai Yuanlang shook his head and said, "No need, I can go now. However, my guards might not be able to protect me." Feng Yiling could not help but smile and said, I know. Look, I invited Evans and Elder Yu to protect you. Who is the main designer this time? Just you?" Hai Yuanlang smiled and said, "There is also a Feng. And this is a Feng. His name is Lei Xingfeng. He is a newly recruited high-level restriction master. His standards are very high. Lord Qing Yan also praised him." Obviously, Qing Yan was very famous. When they said that Qing Yan also praised Lei Xingfeng's standards, the 3 sovereign kings showed a trace of surprise. They knew that Qing Yan was a person who would never praise someone unless that person was really outstanding. Feng Yiling was very satisfied and said, "If that is the case, I will bring you over." Hai Yuanlang stood up and said, "Yes." Feng Yiling stood up and said, "Evans, let's go." A door of light appeared out of thin air. When one reached the sovereign king level, one could summon a teleportation door anytime and anywhere. This kind of door no longer had a physical body. In an instant, the 5 of them disappeared from the living room. Lei Xingfeng suddenly felt his body heat up. Following that, his eyes lit up and he saw countless streams of lava flowing. He realized that he was actually in a huge space underground and below him was surging lava. Feng Yiling waved his hand and Lei Xingfeng felt his body cool down. The heat disappeared without a trace. Hai Yuanlang said, "There is an ice-type restriction here?" He almost said that it was impossible. Luckily, he was very calm and did not blurt it out. Feng Yiling smiled and said, "Of course not here. This is just a space to enter. Otherwise, it would not be easy to enter." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Where is this?" Evans said, "Little guy, this place is very far away. It is a famous continent. The fire continent, a paradise for fire-type cultivators. However, without a certain level of cultivation, you can't enter." Feng Yiling smiled and said, "Don't talk nonsense. What fire continent? This is the Crimson Continent. However, there are volcanoes and lava everywhere. Hence, some people call it the Fire Continent. The real name is the Crimson Continent. Cultivators who have not reached the monarch level cannot enter at all. Even if they enter, they will not survive. If they enter here, it is even more difficult. Even Dao monarchs cannot find the entrance. You see, said indifferently, why are you talking so much nonsense? Are we going or not?" Feng Yiling did not mind and smiled. "Go, of course we are going." You see, turned around and rushed down. She suddenly hit the lava below with her palm. Lei Xingfeng's heart almost stopped beating. Was she seeking death? With a loud bang, the lava suddenly started to spin rapidly. The temperature of the entire space started to rise rapidly. Even with Feng Yiling's protection, he still felt a burning sensation. The lava whirlpool became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a bottomless hole appeared in the middle of the whirlpool. The walls of the hole were the rapidly spinning lava. It made one's scalp tingle. Lei Xingfeng muttered to himself, "Oh my God, don't tell me we are going in from here?" Feng Yiling said, "How smart. We are going in from here." Chapter 601. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. With his cultivation, if he fell into the lava, he might not even last a few seconds before turning into ashes. He looked at Hai Yuanlang and realized that this guy's face was also pale. Feng Yiling and the other two did not care whether Lei Xingfeng and Hai Yuanlang were afraid or not. They used some unknown method to bring the two of them into the whirlpool. Lei Xingfeng and Hai Yuanlang were both experienced and knowledgeable. Furthermore, Lei Xingfeng had been on the battlefield before and had seen countless dangers. Yet, he was still scared out of his wits. Following the hole formed by the whirlpool, they went all the way down. In a few breaths' time, they entered a strange place. It was another huge space. It was filled with solidified lava and black rock. It was really strange. There was no intersection at all. Lei Xingfeng and Hai Yuanlang only cried out twice before shutting their mouth. When they arrived here, the two of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Their lives were back. They were almost scared to death just now. Looking at the three unscrupulous fellows, Lei Xingfeng was so angry that his teeth itched. Feng Yiling said, all right. Without the strength of a monarch rank, you can't enter at all. It's a very safe place." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "There's deviant fire here? What kind of deviant fire is it?" At this moment, he suddenly realized that these three monarch rank experts were all fire attribute cultivators. No wonder they were so interested in this place. You see, said indifferently, there are many types. There's even a spiritual fire here. It's just that it's extremely hard to catch. Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "There's a spiritual fire here." Feng Yiling said, "Don't even think about the spiritual fire. Even if we wanted to catch it, it would be extremely difficult. This time, we asked you to set up the ice restriction formation to catch the spiritual fire." Evans said, "There are many deviant fires here. But we have to find them first. Of course, the deviant fires are not our target. The spiritual fire is. If the ice restriction formation is set up well, then we will reward the two of you with a deviant fire each. If you successfully catch the spiritual fire, the reward will be doubled." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This amount of wealth was truly a little frightening. It was too high. Feng Yiling said, "We need to set up an ice elemental restriction on the way while driving the spiritual fire away. This restriction can slow down the speed of the spiritual fire and prevent it from displaying its advantage. This way we can capture it." Hai Yuanlang said, "Has the location been chosen?" Feng Yiling said, "Of course, I've already decided on it. I'll bring you two to take a look, and then you'll have to design a good enough ice restriction." The five of them flew forward together. There was no way to stand here, so they had to fly. Lei Xingfeng followed the spacious space and continued forward. Soon, they passed through several narrow passages. Lei Xingfeng noticed that the stones in these narrow passages had traces of destruction. The temperature here was still very high. However, even if Lei Xingfeng didn't have anyone to protect him, he could still endure it. There was a strong smell of sulfur in the air. That pungent smell made Lei Xingfeng rather uncomfortable. He had to hold his breath from time to feel more comfortable. In a moment, the 5 of them arrived at a space with a strange terrain. This was a flat space with countless hanging stalagmites, dividing this flat space into pieces. They could see that many stalagmites had been damaged. There were holes at the bottom, revealing red lava flows. This was a space with 2 layers. The lower layer had lava, and the upper layer was a flat space. Between the two, there was a thin shell of lava. There were many holes on the shell, and a large amount of heat flowed out. Every hole shot out a ray of red light. Lei Xingfeng went over and looked down. He saw the flowing lava moving slowly, but he didn't know where it was going. He looked at Hai Yuanlang worriedly. If he set up an ice-type restriction here, it might explode. If the cold and heat clashed, it wouldn't be strange to cause an explosion. This area wasn't small. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, it was about 800 square meters in size. The shape was long and irregular. There was a slightly bigger area in one section where he was going to set up the restriction. Hai Yuanlang measured carefully. He first had to consider what kind of ice-type restriction to set up. There were countless types of restrictions, and ice-type restrictions were equally complicated. It wasn't something that could be designed casually. The disadvantage of designing here was that they couldn't stay here for long, they had to design quickly. Most importantly, they had to refine the restriction components and set up the restriction, which would take a long time. This place was a giant oven. The lava flowing below and the isolated space above formed a natural oven. Even with the protection of 3 monarch-level experts, Xianfeng had no choice but to release his own defense. He was sweating profusely. Hai Yuanlang's cultivation wasn't high, about the same as Xianfeng's, but in terms of restrictions, he was stronger. It wasn't easy to become a restriction grandmaster, and this could be considered a test. As for ice-type restrictions, he could only replace them with normal restrictions, but he would use ice-type materials to make the components of the restrictions, and ice-type crystals for the core of the restrictions instead of large ring crystals. Lei Xingfeng was someone who had studied ice-type restrictions before. He and Gao Yi had obtained elemental restriction knowledge from the Ice Palace. This helped him build a good ice-type restriction foundation. Hence, he had his own plans. Hai Yuanlang's face was covered in sweat. He also saw that something was wrong. He said, "Here, if we set up an ice-type restriction here, it might explode." Feng Yiling was shocked. "Ah? It will explode?" He didn't know much about restrictions. Although he had come into contact with them, he had never studied them. He said, "How do we solve it?" Hai Yuanlang said, "Let me think." As he said that, he lowered his head and muttered to himself. He began to think hard. Feng Yiling and the other 2 looked at each other. They didn't expect that they couldn't use ice-type restrictions here. This messed up their plans. Lei Xingfeng said, "Actually, it can be done." Hai Yuanlang grabbed Lei Xingfeng and said anxiously, "How can it be done? What's the idea?" Lei Xingfeng said, "First, set up an isolation restriction. Then, set up an ice-type restriction. When it's activated, open the isolation restriction first. Then, open the ice-type restriction. Setting up a restriction here is a one-time thing. There's no need to think too much about it. We just need to separate the cold and heat." Hai Yuanlang slapped his thigh and said, "Ah, I actually didn't think of such a simple method. Really, my brain isn't working well. Alright. We'll design it according to this." By combining the isolation restriction with the ice restriction, it was a very simple compound restriction. Feng Yiling said, "It's done." Hai Yuanlang said excitedly, "It's done. Fortunately, I brought a phone here. With the isolation restriction, we can solve the problem of the cold and heat conflict very well. As he said this, he took out a blank page of the star python record and began to design it. After measuring the terrain of the entire formation, he had the basic data. With Hai Yuanlong's level, designing a simple compound restriction was a very simple matter. After spending a few hours, Hai Yuanlang handed the star python record in his hand to Lei Xingfeng and said, "Feng, take a look and see if there are any omissions." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, I'll study it." Yu Si said, "This little guy is quite modest. Not bad, not bad." He always liked cultivators who were studious and modest. Lei Xingfeng looked through it carefully. In fact, he found many loopholes and unreasonable design in the ice-type restriction that Hai Yuanlang designed. However, he was not in a hurry to say it. Instead, he calculated how powerful this ice-type restriction would be once it was activated. After a long time, Lei Xingfeng said, "Old Hai, look. This place, can we design it like this?" As he said this, he explained his understanding. It was a very small change, but it could increase the power of the ice-type restriction and make up for the loopholes that might appear in the operation of the restriction. This point just happened to be on the point. Hai Yuanlang thought carefully for a moment and could not help but praise. "Oh, it's really like this. Feng, you have a good understanding of ice-type restrictions?" He immediately reacted. When it came to ice-type restrictions, if one did not study them deeply, they would absolutely not be able to see the loopholes in his restrictions. Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, "I studied it for a period of time. Old Hai's design is very good. I can only make up for the shortcomings." He despised himself for being such a hypocrite. But when he said this, Hai Yuanlang felt that he had a lot of face. His face immediately revealed a smile. Lei Xingfeng had his own views when it came to grasping people's hearts. Since he wanted to mingle in the Ming-Zhe alliance, he had to be tactful and know how to conduct himself. Of course, the less he offended people, the better. Even if he saw through many problems in Hai Yuanlong's restrictions, he would not say all of them. It was not that he was stingy, but that he did not want to offend Hai Yuanlang. If Lei Xingfeng redesigned an ice-type restriction, it would definitely be better than Hai Yuanlong's. But what would Hai Yuanlang do? If Lei Xingfeng did this, it would be like slapping Hai Yuanlong's face. Lei Xingfeng did not even consider harming others without benefiting himself. Hai Yuanlang carefully checked the design draft. He knew in his heart that Lei Xingfeng had blocked the biggest loophole in his design. If this loophole was not blocked, it was very likely that there would be problems during the capture of the spiritual fire. What made him the happiest and most satisfied was Lei Xingfeng's attitude. Lei Xingfeng pointed out the problem with an attitude of asking for advice. This way, he completely avoided his own embarrassment. His impression of Lei Xingfeng rose again. Lei Xingfeng was not satisfied with this ice-type restriction. But as long as it was enough, it was fine. He did not have to be in the limelight. He handed the star python record to Hai Yuanlang and said, "There are no more problems." Hai Yuanlang said, "Very good. We will refine the restriction components here. In terms of materials." He looked at Feng Yiling. Chapter 602. Feng Yiling said, "I'll bring you to a place where it's not that hot. It should be more suitable for making restriction components." No matter if it was Hai Yuanlang or Xian Feng, they weren't used to this place. To be able to leave this place and find a place that wasn't so hot to refine components, the two of them were naturally happy. Following Feng Yiling, they arrived at a space that was obviously cooler and had a slightly bigger platform. Lei Xingfeng landed on the platform and found that it wasn't naturally formed. Feng Yiling said, "This is the platform I arranged. I specially prepared it for you guys." It could be seen that Feng Yiling was prepared. He said, "I prepared a lot of materials. Last time, Little Hai gave me a list of materials needed for ice restrictions. Take a look. As he spoke, he took out a pile of materials. There were all kinds of bottles and jars, as well as wooden and jade boxes. They were all materials needed for ice restrictions. Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng went up to check. Very quickly, Lei Xingfeng found that something was wrong. There were a lot more materials. According to the current amount, there was still left over for making 3 ice restrictions. He looked at Hai Yuanlang and saw that he was calm. He immediately understood. Ming-Zhe Alliance's restriction masters who made restrictions for others were probably lying about the materials they needed. He even saw a lot of materials that weren't for ice restrictions. It was obvious that they were materials that Hai Yuanlang needed. Hai Yuanlang quickly placed all the materials into his hidden Luan space. He glanced at Xianfeng, seeing that he had a nonchalant expression. He couldn't help but praise Xianfeng's intelligence. This was the unspoken rule of a restriction master. No restriction master would honestly report the materials they needed, they would always report more. For a restriction, the materials they needed would at least be doubled, and some ruthless ones would even ask for a few times or even a dozen times the amount. This was the right of restriction masters. Otherwise, the cost of restriction masters wasn't something that normal people could afford. Hai Yuanlang took out the Star Python record and said, Feng, there's a total of 600 restriction components. How many do you plan to make? The two of them had to share the task of crafting the component. It would be too slow for one person to craft the component. Lei Xingfeng took the Star Python record and marked the components he could refine. After a while, he said, 1/3. If I complete it, I will continue to share the burden. Hai Yuanlang looked at the Star Python record and nodded in satisfaction. Good. He could tell from the label that Lei Xingfeng did not slack off. Feng Yiling and the other two stood guard, while Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng began to refine the restriction component. All kinds of materials were piled up in front of the two of them. Lei Xingfeng chose what he needed and put it next to his hand. He then started to refine the restriction components quickly. Refining restriction components was a very boring task. It also consumed a lot of energy. Lei Xingfeng would often refine an extra component as an accessory. This was also a method of restriction masters. The employer had nothing to say. If the restriction master refining the component was skillful and had fewer wasted components and more finished products, then the restriction component would be his. The 600-plus restriction components were refined very quickly. They were not particularly complicated component. 2 days later, the refinement was completed. Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng checked a few times and chose a set of restriction components that included isolation restriction component. Hai Yuanlang stood up and said, Master, it's done. Feng Yiling said happily, Good. Let's rest for a while and set up the restriction. Lei Xingfeng said, Let's eat something and drink some water. The two of them hurriedly filled their stomach. They didn't care if the food was delicious or not. It was fine as long as they were full. Feng Yiling and the others waited patiently until the two of them finished eating and drinking. Then, they brought the two of them back to their original place. Feng Yiling said, Little Hai, this time it's all up to you. Only now did Hai Yuanlang have confidence. He said, No problem. Feng, let's start. Setting up the restriction was very fast. Everything was ready-made. They just needed to find the right place and insert the restriction component. The main thing was that the location and nodes had to be accurate. With Lei Xingfeng's supervision, this was no problem. Moreover, there was also a restriction master. A simple compound restriction formation was quickly formed. In half a day, the task was basically completed. Hai Yuanlang began to set up the restriction hub. Fortunately, the materials Feng Yiling gave were very good. They were all high-quality materials. The crystal in the restriction hub was also one of the best ice crystals. Lei Xingfeng had never seen it before. It was called Mysterious Cold Crystal. There were a total of 3 pieces. Only one of them was used in the restriction hub. The rest were Hai Yuanlang's harvest. Lei Xingfeng said, "You can try it now." Hai Yuanlang nodded and said, "I know. Everyone, pay attention. I will first open the isolation restriction, then the ice restriction." After the isolation restriction was opened, Lei Xingfeng couldn't feel the scorching aura. Immediately after, the ice restriction was opened. In an instant, countless fine ice particles appeared out of thin air. They fell with a rustling sound and a small white mist rose. Hai Yuanlang immediately closed the restriction. If the ice restriction was opened for a long time, the environment would rapidly change. Unless it was necessary, it was better not to open it. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "It's done." Hai Yuanlang nodded and said, "Yes, it's done. My lord, we will wait here. You can go and capture the spiritual fire." Feng Yaling's spirit was lifted and said, "Very good, let's go." The three great experts immediately rushed out. Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng stood in the isolation restriction and watched the three leave. Hai Yuanlang said, "Spiritual fire, I wonder what level of spiritual fire it is. If this thing is obtained by a fire-type cultivator, their strength will increase greatly. Only experts like them can obtain spiritual fire." There were many types of spiritual fire. There were high-grade ones and ordinary ones. Of course, any spiritual fire was stronger than a strange fire. Lei Xingfeng said, "There should be a lot of strange fire and spiritual fire here. It's a treasure land." Hai Yuanlang said, "Don't be confused. We can't come here at all. Even if we did, it would be useless. If there is no one to protect this place, even a Tao Lord Patriarch would find it difficult to survive. I don't even know where this is." Lei Xingfeng thought, "I have the coordinates here. I can come back at any time through the mirror realm. It's just that my cultivation is far from enough. When I become a Tao Lord Patriarch, I can still come here." He couldn't help but smile. This was the advantage of having the mirror realm. As long as he came here once, he could come here often. With Lei Xingfeng's eyes, this place was filled with treasure light. In other words, there were many fire-type ores here. It was not impossible to come here in the future. Other people's obstacles were not his obstacles. This should be a very good continent. Hai Yuanlang said, "Feng, you have helped a lot this time. I will give you a share of the materials and a part of the reward." This time, he had seen Lei Xingfeng's strength clearly, especially the flaw that Lei Xingfeng pointed out. He had a feeling that Lei Xingfeng's restrictions were not much worse than his. With his current level, he might not be able to reach the Grandmaster level, but his knowledge of restrictions was very close to that of a restriction Grandmaster. The two of them first stood and talked. After waiting for a long time, no one came. The two of them sat down and chatted. They talked while waiting. They didn't dare to leave. If the three sovereign kings came back when they were leaving, it would be terrible. A faint whistling sound came from afar. Hai Yuanlang said, "They are here." Lei Xingfeng listened. After a while, he said, "There should be some time, but we can prepare." The two stood at the edge of the restriction, ready to activate at any time. Lei Xingfeng stared in the direction that Feng Yaling and the others left and said, "I will observe." "Old Hai, you activate it." Hai Yuanlang said, "Okay, I will listen to your instructions. Don't make a mistake. If the activation time is wrong, it will be troublesome." Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't worry, I will not make a mistake." He still had this confidence. With his eyes, he was not afraid of making a mistake. Three whistling sounds came. One was vigorous and powerful, one was sharp and hurried, and the last one was strange. The three sounds mixed together. Even Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng, who were far away from the restriction, felt uncomfortable. Lei Xingfeng faintly felt that these sounds should be hiding some secret technique. However, he was still unable to pry into the secrets of sovereign kings. Gradually, the sounds became louder and louder. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw a red light surging towards them. The light came very quickly. In an instant, it turned from red to a blinding white. That huge heat wave strengthened their defenses. Even so, the two of them were sweating profusely. Xian Feng stared into the distance. He saw 3 human silhouettes and a white thing circling back and forth. The 3 of them quickly retreated, with Yu retreating the fastest. He could already see a clear human silhouette. Under the high temperature, his entire silhouette was like a rising flame, twisting and turning unreal. Hai Yuanlang said nervously, "They are here, they are here. Do you want to activate the restriction? Feng, do you want to activate it?" His voice was hurried. His words were full of anxiety. Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood. Hai Yuanlang did not have any battle experience. He hurriedly stopped him and said, Don't activate it. Listen to my orders." His tone also became hurried. Once Hai Yuanlang activated it, all his previous efforts would be wasted. How could he let him make such a simple mistake? Hai Yuanlang was anxious. He had almost no battle experience. Once he encountered danger, his entire person would not be right. Lei Xingfeng sighed secretly. He said calmly, "Listen to my orders." His voice was so loud that even Feng Yiling and the other 2 turned to look. Hai Yuanlang was stunned. He subconsciously said, "Yes, all right. I will listen to you." Lei Xingfeng stood firmly beside him and said, "Don't worry. With me around, there will be no problem. At most, I will die with you." Chapter 603. It was much better to have someone to accompany him. Luckily, Hai Yuanlang brought Lei Xingfeng along this time. Otherwise, he would have messed things up. This guy had never seen such an intense battle before. 3 monarch stage experts surrounding the spiritual fire. The danger was indescribable. It made his heart tremble. Under fear, he could not do anything. Lei Xingfeng did not expect Hai Yuanlang to be like this. He said, "I will activate it. You observe it." Hai Yuanlang's body trembled as he took a step back. He did not say a word, but his actions showed that he agreed. Lei Xingfeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Hai Yuanlang insisted on holding on, it would be troublesome. He had watched Hai Yuanlang refine this restriction hub. He already knew how to activate it. When Feng Yiling and the other 2 neared the forbidden area, it was as if a volcano had erupted. That large amount of heat rushed over. Xian Feng and Hai Yuanlang could only bitterly resist. It was too hot, as if their bodies were about to burn. Xian Feng's eyes, however, were calm. He couldn't make any mistakes. Furthermore, he had made a shocking discovery. It wasn't just 1 spiritual fire, but 3. Even if Feng Yiling and the other 2 were sovereign stage super experts, it was still quite strenuous for them. The 3 of them teased the spiritual fire as they slowly retreated. Gradually, they stepped into the restricted area. The entire world was burning up. Hai Yuanlang was a restriction grandmaster, not a battle grandmaster. He could not resist the crazy burning. Lei Xingfeng was still fine. He had many treasures. Lei Yin was even more powerful. Until now, he could still resist. However, he released Lei Yin. His entire body was surrounded by huge lightning balls, blocking the huge heat wave outside. Seeing that Hai Yuanlang was burning up, and his clothes were emitting thick smoke, this guy had no choice but to howl in pain. Lei Xingfeng grabbed him. Lei Yin rose up a little and enveloped him. He shouted, "Hold on. If not, you will not be able to return alive." Hai Yuanlang entered Lei Xingfeng's defensive zone and heaved a sigh of relief. He stuttered, I was careless. Lei Xingfeng said, "Hold on. Activate your strongest defense and hold on for a few minutes." Feng Yiling saw it all, and he was already filled with regret. He never thought that Hai Yuanlang would not be able to withstand it. In fact, it was only at this point that he realized that this was not a place where a heaven monarch could move about. The heat that they did not care about was a danger that a heaven monarch could not withstand. As they were busy controlling and teasing the spiritual fire, they did not have the time to protect Hai Yuanlang. Now they could only resign themselves to fate. However, Lei Xingfeng's performance made the three's eyes light up. They knew that they had to hurry. If they delayed for even a little longer, the two restriction masters would probably be burned to ashes. The three of them were anxious and angry. This matter was not handled properly and caused the two restriction masters to fall into a dead end. The three of them increased their teasing speed. Lei Xingfeng resisted the scorching flames with all his might. These flames were different from ordinary flames. They actually looked white. The three spiritual fires were as fast as lightning. No matter how powerful Feng Yiling and the other two were, they did not dare to grab them directly. The temperature of these flames was simply too high to be touched. Seeing that the three of them entered the restriction circle, Lei Xingfeng stared at the three spiritual fires. As the three of them teased, the spiritual fires finally rushed into this zone. Lei Xingfeng felt that his entire body was burning. That feeling was indeed not good. When he saw the three spiritual fires enter, he immediately activated the isolation restriction. In an instant, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. He shouted, "Block the way!" Feng Yiling responded and instantly blocked all possible escape route. Hai Yuanlang was about to faint. He kept shaking his body and was unable to speak for a long time, let alone do anything. In an instant, Lei Xingfeng saw the three spiritual fires enter the ice restriction. He shouted, "Activate!" A gust of cold air suddenly appeared. The entire air began to ripple. Before large amounts of white fog could rise, they turned into ice particles and flew everywhere. The three spiritual fires immediately lost their ability to move quickly and were nailed to the ground by the extreme cold. Feng Yiling let out a long laugh. His face was filled with excitement. An oil lamp-like item appeared in his hand, and he quickly came to the side of the spirit fire. The moment the oil lamp-like item got close, a strong suction force sucked the spirit fire in. The spirit fire exploded with a huge amount of heat. But at this point, it was impossible to escape. The spiritual fire was about to be sucked in and then obediently swayed on the oil lamp. It could no longer escape. 3 sovereign kings, 1 for each. It was very fair. Hai Yuanlang finally got his life. He was stimulated by the cold and finally woke up. He just happened to see the 3 of them collecting the spiritual fire. He said, "Feng, did you succeed?" He did not know anything about what happened before. Putting away the spiritual fire, Feng Yiling said, "Let's leave this place. Little Hai doesn't seem to be well." Hai Yuanlang said dejectedly, "I didn't expect it to be like this. If it wasn't for Feng, we would have failed this time." Lei Xingfeng closed the restriction array. This compound restriction could still be used, but it had no value. After Lei Xingfeng closed it, he did not care about this restriction anymore. He left it here. It might be useful in the future. Feng Yiling comforted him, "Little Hai, it's already very good. Don't blame yourself." Hai Yuanlang laughed bitterly and said, "We restriction masters lack battle experience. This lesson is really deep." Feng Yiling said disapprovingly, "You didn't need to fight in the first place. Alright, let's go. We'll talk when we get back. It's too dangerous here." The 5 of them went through Feng Yiling's secret door and quickly returned to Mingze mainland. Feng Yiling arranged for Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng to rest and recover. This was especially so for Hai Yuanlang. This guy was dizzy and could not do anything. This time, he was given a great shock. It would probably take a few days for him to recover. Moreover, Feng Yiling and the others still had to deal with the spiritual fire. Xian Feng also felt exhausted. The danger from before was something he didn't expect. It actually threatened his life, and he almost escaped into the mirror world. Luckily, he had experienced a lot of battles and had seen a lot. He also had a clear understanding of his own strength and didn't make any mistake. The 2 returned to their rooms to sleep. Lei Xingfeng even went to take a bath before lying down on the thick fur and sleeping. After resting for 3 days, someone came to invite the two to Feng Yiling's guest hall. Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng walked into the guest hall. There were not many people inside. Only Feng Yiling and the other two were sitting. There were also a few attendants on the side. Feng Yiling asked, "How was your rest? Was it okay?" Thinking about it now, the three monarch rank experts were sweating. If it was not for Lei Xingfeng, the spiritual fire would have escaped. In the end, they had to rely on Lei Xingfeng to activate the ice array to succeed. Seeing Hai Yuanlang's miserable state, this guy's hair and eyebrows were all burned off. He almost died underground. Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng both smiled and said, "I'm well rested." Feng Yiling said, "Good, sit down." Someone brought chairs for the two to sit. Evans said, "A Feng is not bad. This time, your contribution is not small." Hai Yuanlang, Lil Hai, you don't have to blame yourself. We did not think this through and almost caused a big problem. Your contribution is not small either. You see also said, "Yes, Lil Hai and a Feng are not bad. This time, you completed the mission well." Hai Yuanlang smiled bitterly. "I did not expect it to be like this. I was muddled by the heat." Lei Xingfeng said, "It was just luck. It was just luck." He could only be humble. Otherwise, he would offend people. Hai Yuanlang said, "If it was not for a Feng protecting me." As he said this, he thanked him seriously. Back then, Lei Xingfeng had pulled him and dragged him under Lei Yin's protection. At that time, although he was muddled, he still understood this point very clearly. Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and said, "We are on the same team. How can I not help?" Feng Yiling said, "All right, this time's mission is complete. So your rewards will be given today. 2 deviant flames for each of you." Evans took out 4 cylindrical jade boxes and said, "2 for each of you." These deviant flames were all obtained from the Crimson Continent. They are of the same species, the serene blue flame. 2 for each of you. Whether this flame is given to a fire-type cultivator or to set up seals, it is extremely precious. Hai Yuanlang and Lei Xingfeng went up to express their thanks and took 2 boxes each. Lei Xingfeng opened the cylindrical box. It was a blue-black flame. It was only the size of a finger and swayed unsteadily. Because the jade box had a simple seal, he did not feel any heat from it. Hai Yuanlang also opened it to take a look. After a while, he said, "The quality of this flame is quite good. If it is used on a fire-type seal as a seal core, it can increase the seal's power by several times." Feng Yiling said, "There are some other things. Someone will give them to you later. Also, I will record this in your mission record. This way, you will be considered to have completed next year's main hall mission." Hai Yuanlang was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. The Ming-Zhe Alliance's SEAL main hall had mandatory missions every year. Every SEAL master had to complete them before they could be busy with other things. Every SEAL master did not like this kind of mission, but they had to participate. This was one of the tests for a SEAL master. If they did not participate or could not complete the mission, they would be demoted or stripped of their SEAL master title. This was related to a large amount of materials, so no one dared to mess around. To be able to exempt the 2 of them from next year's main hall mission, one could imagine how much power these 3 people had. They had a lot of influence in the Ming-Zhe Alliance headquarters. Lei Xingfeng made up his mind to keep in contact with these people in the future so that he could better protect himself. After a large number of mission rewards were given out, Lei Xingfeng realized that the resources in the Ming-Zhe Alliance were indeed abundant. He exchanged some of the rewards and received some thunder-type materials. There were many thunder-type materials here, but there were not many people who exchanged them. Thunder-type cultivators were very few. These materials were all materials that Lei Xingfeng needed to advance. They were mainly used to advance Lei Yin. Resources. Everything was for resources. This was the life and root of a cultivator. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.